Oh my god, I'm coming. Oh, yeah.
Today I'm gonna show you how to get to the top rank in your ticket. To the highest rank. Do this move. Notice how powerful the move is. This move summons a dolphin. What the fuck kind of move was that? We still doing Game Shark on this? Try to run that Game Shark on me, boy. I got Game Dolphin. And he's 100% legit. Just as long as you don't have a human soul. Triple blast! You're out of there, boy. You're dead, boy. You lost. Get out of there. Entering this floor is not recommended. There are many formidable warriors hungry for battle within this floor. I don't give a fuck. These guys suck my ass at this game. They don't even got to do I don't give a fuck. These guys suck my ass at this game. They don't even got to do You're dead. Down. Down. Uh-oh. Nope. Yep. And I walked into it anyway. Nope. Yep. And I walked into it anyway. Ow! Ow. 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 Fuck. This is a good battle. Okay, I beat him. Okay, so this is not a, this is not a fuck around guy. This guy is out here doing 12 hit combos. And this is why I have to break out some of the higher end strategies like this. Alright, there it is. Oh my god, where did this health bar go? Alright, there it is. Oh my god, where did this health bar go? Dolphin and Delfino Plum. Oh! There you go. Promoted to floor 9. This is where the true game begins. Dolphin. Dolphin hit. When you're good, you're good. This move is bullshit. No, that shouldn't be in the game. The dolphin shouldn't be in the game. It's cheap. Dolphin. Wait, that's not mine. Yeah. Who am I? Get the fuck out of here. Fire. Nope. Under the guide dolphin. Over the guide dolphin. That's the sound that a dolphin makes.
And come back in and catch a tip pass.
Okay, Madden. Shit. Bye-bye. Shit. Bye-bye.
The thing is, he did go out of bounds, but that was an illegal bump.
Yeah, see? That was an illegal bump. You lost now.
Let's rock.
Jesus. Oh, no. You... Jesus. Oh, no. You're making a big mistake. You're making a big mistake. Oh, I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, this guy's screwing up. I got plenty of health. I can turn this around. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Woo! Here we go. Woo! Wait a minute. That guy is never playing this game again. That guy is never playing this game again. Wait a minute. That guy is never playing this game again. Promoted to floor 10. This is where the true game begins. Bah, bah. Bah. Whoops. Bah, bah. There it is. And dog. Why not? Moving up. We're heading all the way up to the celestial floor. This is where the greatest players of all time reside. I'll have to try harder than I ever have. Down. Down. Nice. Pet that dog. He's a good boy. What the heck? Hey, what am I, fucking salmon or something over here? Get out of here. Get a minion scared. Pet it off. Yes! Oh my god, that was awesome. I'm a fucker. Oh, fuck. Yes! Oh my god, that was awesome. I'm a fucker. Oh. I win this. Got it. And that's how you get to the top rank in Guilty Gear.
Where you go, where you go, 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 where you go. You. God, cold. What's this? Close that one. That one. This one I probably.
We can actually increase the volume on this. Oh, that's a bit. probably go a little more than that. Wow, I've become really small. Alright guys, what is going on? Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today we are the champions. We are the champions. But yeah, anyway guys, what's going on? Today, so basically yesterday I took the day off, and I've kind of come to the conclusion that Mondays are probably just going to be simply my day off of streaming, and not necessarily like a get anything done day. So it's, I don't know, it's kind of, I love it, but it's exhausting streaming all the time, so, not exhausting necessarily, but it's just like, sort of thing. I don't have the sort of freedom to, like, do, sort of things that I need to, be able to decompress and all that stuff. So I think one day off per week is probably healthy for me. Anyway, so that's kind of what Mondays are for me now, but, yeah, it's sort of my one day off, but yeah, so, in other words, I didn't get anything done yesterday as far as homework goes. I mean, I did one. Okay, so every week I get like 4 assignments. One of them's the essay. One of them's normally like a discussion post. One of them's like a quiz. And then one of them is like just a write-up for, things. Like last week I had that write-up about my future career. So I did on the radiologic technologist. Yeah, I don't know. There's like 5 different ways that you can say it. Radiation tech. That's what I've been calling it, because that's what they call it in New Zealand. It's a radiation technician, I think is what they call it there. So whatever. Anyway, I did that, I did that last week. Yeah, I did that last week. Anyway, this kind of feels furry. What did I do? Yeah, so anyway, I normally have those 4 assignments. So, okay, yesterday I had a discussion, and I did the discussion. It was super easy. I looked at it, and the question was like, oh, what do you do to find credibility, or to verify credibility in your online sources? So I'm like, okay, let's do it, let's do that. So, so I just did something, I just typed up something real quick. Anyway, yeah, so anyway, I still have the essay left, and I still have my quiz and my write-up for my other class. So today, I was actually going to do the quiz and the write-up, or the write-up and the quiz, because I need to read through some notes for both of those. And then I was gonna reward myself with some dismantle after that, and then I'll just have my essay left to do. So I think this week is an informative essay, so I'm assuming I'm gonna have to do research. I haven't even looked at the assignment yet, but yeah, I'm gonna be doing that later. But for right now, I'm gonna get my stuff done for, what was it? I'm taking this called CSS. It's like College Success something. I don't even know. It's like a 1-credit class. Doesn't matter. Huh. It does matter. It affects my GPA, but anyway, it's an easy class. I should get an A. So I'm gonna have to do the write-up for that. Unfortunately, like, the entire thing is gonna be off of my college website, so I don't want to stream that, or I don't want to like share the screens for that. just because I don't even know the rules behind it. But if I stream something like that, I could get in trouble. So I've been avoiding like showing the notes for that or whatever. If I look up like online articles and I gotta read through those, then I'll screen share those. Or when I'm actually typing up my document, I can screen share that because it's my work. But yeah, just if it's something that's on the college website itself, I'm not really gonna, I don't know. I don't think I could get in trouble for it, but I don't want to take any chances. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to. Yeah, I gotta read through those notes and all that stuff. So I'm gonna be doing that. I should probably just put this in. I was gonna do it last night. It was like I did some stuff yesterday, but I eventually got in the mode where I was like, okay, now I'm ready to do my work. Last night it was like 7 or something. Anyway, I started daydreaming, and I got really immersed in my daydreaming, and I was starting to fall asleep. Like, okay, I can't just. So it was like, whatever. I'll just lay in bed, and keep whatever. So last night I just laid in bed like really early, and I ended up getting like 12 hours of sleep. It was very off and on. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, but yeah. It was meant to be like a quick nap, and I ended up sleeping like 12 or 13 hours or so. But yeah, anyway, I'm just playing like some raindrops in the background. Don't even know if you guys can hear them. Oh yeah, you guys can. I'm using a different program for my webcam, and it keeps auto adjusting. It keeps like the screen keeps popping in and out, and I've looked through all the settings and I can't find how to turn it off. Even if I paid for the program, I don't think I could turn off the auto adjust. So I have no idea. Like, this is a good program, right? You guys can see my face pretty fine, but it's a really high quality. But I don't, it's gonna be. If it's gonna auto adjust all the time like this, popping in and out, so it's probably not good. It's probably not good for the eyes, to be honest. I don't know. It's not really affecting me. I'm not one to like get motion sickness or anything, so I can't speak for everybody. So. This is kind of off. This is kind of like off topic, but speaking of motion sickness, my mom gets motion sick. Sometimes she'll get car sick. She can't like fly a plane because she'll get like nauseous on a plane. And she gets like seasick too. So anyway, I showed her something in VR. There's a place that she likes to go, and I saw like a 360 degree like YouTube video of it. And so I played the video and I showed it to her, and so she put on the headset and everything. And I asked her, how was it? And she said that she was getting like motion sickness from it, from just wearing the headset and everything like that. So that sucks. But even from like a YouTube video, like a VR video that's not really supposed to get, it was a very slow moving vehicle or slow moving video, and it didn't like pop in and out. There wasn't any like brash movements or transitions or anything like that, and she still got like seasick or motion sickness from it. So that's unfortunate. But I think VR, it's going to be different for everybody, but VR is probably like if you get motion sickness or whatever, then VR is going to be a difficult one for you. So, unfortunately. I love it. I love the VR, so I'm very fond of that. Anyway, I could barely get this webcam program to work when I did. So, I could put it in portrait mode, I think. That'll zoom in on my face a little more. But honestly, like, I'm not really too keen on risking that and fiddling with the settings, so that I have to move my phone itself and everything in order to do that. So, yeah, that's not gonna be too great. Yokunaides. Yeah, anyway, do you guys like my posters up here? I got Mass Effect. This is the one that I was hanging on my closet, with my old setup, which I don't even know if I showed you guys on stream, but it was hanging up on my closet anyway. I think it looks really good here. I think it looks great here, actually. It really adds a little bit of color to this back wall, because otherwise this back wall would be like just pure, like just one color, and it would suck. And I kind of realized that the level my webcam is, this poster is at the perfect height. I did not even intend for that. I just put it underneath my clock, which the clock is right above it. You guys can see the very bottom of the wall clock there above the poster. And then I have over here, I have my Code Vein poster. If I turn my camera up, you guys can kind of see it. It's up there. I put that up a long time ago. I took a picture of myself posing next to it as well. I like to use that picture for profile pictures, but yeah, that one's good. That one doesn't even have any of the main characters on it. It just has like a couple of side characters on it, and it doesn't really capture the feel of what Code Vein actually is, the game. But it's still a cool looking poster, so I'm like, whatever. It was a pre-order bonus. Both of these posters were pre-order bonuses for the games, and I did pay full price for those. You guys know Mass Effect. You guys remember a few months ago I was streaming that. I never played the third one, or the third game in that series. So maybe I should play that one day, eventually. But yeah. Anyway, and then Code Vein came out a couple years ago. I played that with a buddy of mine. It was great. Played co-op. But it's mostly a single player game. You can play co-op. Honestly, like, if I had a buddy, if I had somebody to play it with, I wouldn't mind playing through it again. I was gonna play through it again by myself on the computer, but I bought it full price. I traded it back into GameStop later for like half of that. I got all the achievements for it. That game was a grind. You had to do... So when you played the multiplayer, every single time you went into the multiplayer and you beat a boss, you beat the boss of the area, normally the area ends, you would get a little bit of multiplayer experience. And there were ranks, and when you leveled up in your multiplayer rank, you got rewards that could translate over to your own single player game, which was cool. Little benefits here and there. So there were 30 levels you could get in multiplayer. Of course, like level 1 to 2, you only need to beat one multiplayer boss. Level 2 to 3, maybe a couple, right? So on and so forth. By the time you got to level 30, you had to play, I swear to God, it was like you had to beat 150 multiplayer bosses. I'll give you guys an idea. You enter a session with somebody, and you play through the entire map. These zones can take like 20 or 30 minutes to do. And you get to the end and you beat the boss. That's one boss. That's one boss. You had to do 150 of those in order to get to max level. It's the stupidest thing ever. So, there's actually, so what my buddy and I had to do, and thank God I had this buddy to do this with, otherwise there's no way I would have been able to do it, just on my own. What we had to do is, we had to go into each other's worlds, and there was one specific stage where it was like a 2-minute clear, and the boss was really easy. So like a 2-minute clear and a 1 minute for the boss, and then maybe like another couple of minutes for the disconnect and reconnect, because you disconnect every single time you clear the level. So you could do a full run with all the connection issues involved in like 5 minutes, like 3 to 5 minutes, like. So, but the thing is, the experience only counts for the person invading the world or the person joining the world. That's the only time you get the multiplayer experience. So if you and a buddy, like you and a friend, were both trying to get the achievement, you would each have to do it 150 times. That means that, you know, he would have to go into my world 150 times for his achievement, and I would have to go into his world another 150 times for my achievement. So my buddy and I ended up playing 300 runs of this stupid boss. And at an average of like 4 minutes a run, that's like at least it took, I remember, I don't think I'm getting the numbers right here, but I remember it took like 10 hours. It was 10 hours of just constantly jumping in each other's worlds and doing this. And the thing is, when one of us was offline, we would have to go online and then join other people's worlds in order to start building up that, because there's just no way. It just took too long. And this isn't something you can get done in a single day. So for one goddamn achievement, it's so ridiculous. Anyway, we ended up getting it, and it was the majority of it was just playing with each other. But yeah, anyway, that was a pain in the ass. That's the only achievement that, well, it was like that. And the thing is, you need a multiplayer. You needed the online subscription to sign into the multiplayer, and you also needed to have somebody to do it with. Because if you just did it on your own and you had to join random people, it would have taken forever. It would have taken ages. Especially nowadays. Like nowadays, I don't think there's anybody out there getting the platinum for this game, because this 2.5 year old game. Nobody's playing the online grinding for this. Like, you're gonna have to go into a community or something in order to find people to grind out this achievement. So ridiculous. So anyway, I'm glad I got the platinum when I did for that. Because there's no, even on launch, there were very few people doing this. Because, I mean, my buddy and I, we played through the whole game, like start to finish, pretty quickly. It only took us like a couple weeks. And then we got to that stage where we needed that, and most people hadn't even gotten to that point. So the only random people we're finding online were other people who really did rush through the game and whatnot. We missed the initial rush, because there's always, when a game comes out, there's always people trying to speed run and beat it as fast as possible. They can play a 40-hour game in 2 days. It's crazy. It's like they'll just not sleep, you know, and then they'll beat this game because they want to be the first on leaderboards. That's fine, totally respectable. And then there are the people who are out there taking their time, so it might take them 1 or 2 months to beat it. And then by that point, then they're going for the achievements. We were right smack dab in the middle of that, where we beat it at a quick pace because we just no-lifed it, right? Because we're unemployed and all that. But I think I was on vacation. But at the same time, we weren't as fast as those speedrunners, so we didn't, because we actually want to enjoy the game. So we go at our own pace, whatever. But yeah. Anyway, Code Vein's a great game. I would replay it, honestly, like, go at my own pace. Like, if I had a friend who wanted to play it, then I'd play it together with them. Like, that's totally, like, I've imagined that, actually, with the Code Vein specifically, because it is such a fun game. Now, you guys know Dark Souls. Code Vein is basically anime Dark Souls. It's anime characters, and you can customize your own anime characters to play as. It's actually really cool in that aspect. But yeah, it's cool in that aspect. And then it's about like vampires or something. I don't know. I don't even remember the plot for this game. but it was so black. But yeah, anyway, it's fun, but it's easier than Dark Souls. It's definitely like I can just go in and solo everything and beat it pretty quickly. So, and then you play multiplayer, and it's just astronomically easier. So, but if you're playing single player, the thing is it's Dark Souls, but you can have an AI companion fighting with you. So that's really nice. And then the AI companion can actually revive you if you die in the middle of a fight and they're still in full health or whatever. So that's really nice. So with my buddy, it was a trade-off between, oh, do we want to play with each other or do we want to play with the AI companion? And so for me, it eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I'd rather just rush through this with the AI companion, because they would go to sleep or whatever. I don't know. Playing games with them wasn't really that great, so because they had their own schedule and everything, so it wasn't that fun. It wasn't even oh, I understand that you have a schedule, I'll wait for you. It was more of they're just kind of ditching me sort of thing, and I didn't want to deal with that. So whenever I talk about this buddy of mine, it's not, I mean, it's great that I got someone to play with, but at the same time, it's I'm not, it wasn't that enjoyable of an experience. That's what it was. So, there are a lot of caveats. Even if I talk about it positively, it's because my memory of the experience itself was positive, not necessarily my memory of them wasn't the best. But I don't, whenever I think about these, I just think about the fact that, oh, I played with a friend or something like that, right? Even if, it's a placeholder, right? It's I'm not, did I care for this friend? Not really. Could I have replaced them with literally any other human being who accepted my PlayStation invite? Yeah. I could have. And it wouldn't have really made a difference to me. In fact, it probably would have been a better experience, so it would have been more polite to me. But yeah, just God, it's a wonder why I put up with that. But whatever, it's gone now. That was as of 2 or 3 years ago or whatever. So whenever I mention my buddy, I don't want to say any names, but it's typically it was. It's a placeholder, right? I don't remember, I remember that, okay, there was another human being involved in my life at that point, but as to who that human being was, or was it really, did I prefer that human being, it's pretty much a no. I don't really the fact that I won't even say their name is probably, justification enough to explain that I'm not really too fond of the specific person that I was with at that time, right? So that's what it is. And again, I'm talking about years ago, so yeah. Anyway, if that wasn't vague enough, then oh well. Anyway, this webcam is so pops in and out sometimes. At least you guys can see my whole setup here. You guys can see my Jack Skellington chest there. Chester, you guys got this the black on the it's the actual image, but the black on it looks like a second one of these microphones. It looks like there's the microphone here, and it looks like there's the microphone here. I just realized. But no, I do not have 2 microphones up. I'm not that silly. So. I should actually bring this webcam over to the center towards me a little bit more. So I'm actually looking at. Oh, yeah, Q, you wake up. Oh yeah, guys. I might leave stream early, probably around 3-ish, so in 3 hours or so, maybe. That's a huge maybe. tooth is hurting. So, or it's been on and off hurting. I can feel like I have you guys know root canals, right? Where you get a cavity, right? It's like a little hole in the tooth. Normally they fill a cavity. But, I haven't had my cavities filled. And so those cavities can, or maybe a cavity will develop and I won't know. And so a year will go by and the cavity will actually, erode its way, into the tooth, and then into the nerve of the tooth, and then into the gums. Like when it gets really bad, it can go into the gums. So it goes into the gums, and so normally it's like about like right underneath the tooth is where it is the gums, and you're talking millimeters here. It's like a very, very shallow hole, but once it gets into the roots, as they call it, once it gets into the nerves of your gums, then that's where they got to do a root canal. It's not just as easy as cleaning the hole and filling it. They got to actually drill a hole through your whole tooth, and then they gotta actually like zap your nerves, so they actually kill the nerves in your teeth, and then they're able to go in there and scoop out all the junk, all of the cavity that's in your gums now, and then they gotta fill all of that and then put a cap on top of it. So it's a longer process. Anyway, the reason I explain all that is because as the cavity eats a hole into your tooth and into your gums, it can actually go further and further. So right now, I don't feel it right now, but it's occasionally I'll feel the pain. It's gone all the way down into like my jawbone. Like that's how deep the cavity is. It's probably like this deep, where it's probably like this deep, like because the pain will be like right about here. So even though my teeth are all the way up here, so it's gone like that distance, So it's pretty bad, but again, it doesn't hurt that much. I'm not in excruciating pain. I don't even feel it right now. And when I do feel it, it's just kind of this ache or whatever. It doesn't hurt that much. So I don't know what triggers the pain, but anyway, I can sense that it's there. Is the whole point of this. So whatever. But yeah. Anyway, so I don't want that to develop anymore. So I had one of the coworkers that I was working with at my old job. They worked in a different department than I did, but they apparently, I had heard this story not from them but from somebody else. They had a root canal that had gone all the way down to their jaw and then all the way up their cheekbone towards their eye. They had a root canal that actually made it from their tooth into their gum, into the jawbone, up their jawline, into their cheekbone, and then all the way towards their eye socket. So this thing was creeping like all the way up into their skull. Like that's how bad it was. And so they hadn't gone, I mean, God, it must have been 30 years since they'd gone to the dentist, right? So for it to progress that far. So anyway, that coworker apparently needed like extensive surgery in order to get all that out. Because obviously that root canal's gonna, it can, I mean, I'm assuming it can like blur your vision, or it can get infected and infect other parts of your head. So if you leave it for too long, so that's a nightmare, and I would prefer not to get to that point. Obviously, this guy was old, so I'm assuming he had never been to the dentist in his life before. So it's like, he was the kind of guy who wouldn't have. Typical backcountry sort of like, I don't need no doctors sort of, a tough guy. So he was a cool guy, honestly. Like I don't mean to I don't intend to like make fun of him or anything. He was fantastic. He's retired now, but yeah, he's great. He's a really cool guy. But yeah, anyway, so anyway, ever since I heard that story, it's like, okay, I didn't know my dental problems could affect the rest of my head here, so that's not good. So now that it's gone this far, I'm like, oh no, I'm at the beginning of that. So you know, there's going to be a point where it's like it's so far in that the dentist isn't going to be able to do anything anymore, and I'm going to have to go to like an actual surgeon. And obviously, I can't afford surgery, so it's not going to happen for me. Plus, I don't want them opening up my skull or whatever. I don't know. The guy didn't have any scars on his face, so I don't know how exactly that surgery went. But yeah, that's just not something that I want to go through. So anyway, so the whole point of me explaining all of this is that I have a root canal, and it's pretty far progressed. But if I go to the dentist right now, it's going to cost me $1,500 to get it fixed. I don't want to pay $1,500. First of all, because I would rather avoid the money, avoid the cost. You guys understand, like my whole I want to save money sort of thing. $1,500 is a heck of a lot. That's almost how much I paid for my whole TV. So that's more than I paid for my computer, right? Fixing one tooth, that's what I've been posing to you guys. It's like I could get a gaming computer, or I could fix one tooth at the dentist, and it's like great. So anyway, America healthcare system's totally fucked, but I could go on for hours about that. But anyway, so I would have to go to Covered California and try to get because I've been out of a job. So honestly, I should have done this months ago. I'm gonna try to get the free dental insurance that actually makes all my dental work free, because that's what I had before. So I'm gonna see if I want to see if I can do that. Anyway, it's the last day of the month, so if I do it now, then the dental plan will start at the start of next month, which is tomorrow. So then I can, then once that kicks in, then tomorrow I can make myself a dentist appointment. But there's also a chance that I can't do it because it's the end of the year and you're supposed to like refresh your health insurance once a year. So I'm thinking that this won't apply until like January. And the thing is, by January, like this is kind of like a welfare benefit, and they don't give this to people who have an income. And I'm hoping that by January I have a job, because I need to start making money again. But you guys put this into perspective. Fixing this one tooth is a month's paycheck for me. I would have to work an entire month and use every penny of that paycheck in order to pay for this tooth, right? I'm gonna have to work like 100 hours at a job, which is a month for me, part-time, just to pay for one root canal. That's how stupid this is. Why do I have to work for a whole month for them to do like a 1-hour operation on me? It's so bad. The system is so bad. You go to any other country, you go to fucking Mexico, and they'll charge you like $100. No insurance, not even a Mexican citizen, and they'll charge you $100 for a root canal. Here it's over 1,000. It's so screwed here. It's ridiculous. You go to Canada, it's free. You go to anywhere in Europe, it's free. Root canals are free. In fact, I've talked to people in Europe who have had dental work that they need to get done. And they're like, yeah, I paid like, my job doesn't give insurance, but I went to the hospital or the dentist for it anyway. They charged me like $40 for a root canal. And I'm thinking, that's great, man. I paid $2,000 for mine. And they just, they're dumbstruck. They're like, are you kidding me? How messed up is your country to where you have to pay $2,000? I could get a car for $2,000. What are you doing spending that money fixing one tooth? I even had a guy tell me, like, you gotta get out of that stupid country. Because I told him, I was like, yeah, I know. For me to get my whole mouth fixed, it's gonna be like 20 grand. And he's just like dumbstruck. He's like, there's nothing here costs 20 grand. He's in Europe. Nothing over there costs that much money. Not even near that much money. You could have somebody with their whole mouth just rotten to the core, and they need every piece of work imaginable done to their teeth, and it wouldn't even be close to 20,000. It would be maybe like 3 or 4, like maximum, for like all 32 teeth. And I have like 5, and it's gonna cost me the price of a brand new car. It's it's ridiculous. So anyway, I have the money for this stuff, like in my bank account, but the thing is, I need that money for other things, like, you know, it's, so, I need that money for other things, so, and I need that as like a safety net, like, if anything happens to me, I need that money in order to pay for it. In fact, I have, you know, things set in place. You know, I'm gonna return my gaming computer, get 1,000 back for that. My new TV, which I haven't set up yet, could easily go on eBay for, and I could get back most of the money that I paid for it. I'd probably only lose a few hundred for it. And then this PlayStation, I could probably still sell on eBay for like 600. So there's like $3 grand that I could get on top of what I have in my savings account. You know, I'm in a pretty good position right now. So even though I'm splurging on stuff, even though I bought this TV for an insane price, I can still sell it back for like definitely more than half the money that I paid for it. So I'm not losing like a whole bunch of money. Like, and this is all like a just in case sort of thing. If something happens to me and I got like a whole bunch of bills and expenses to pay, like if I have to pay for a defense, like hospital bills or anything like that, then, you know, I'm pretty safe right now. But if I don't start making money soon, or, you know, or if you know, I don't start making money soon, but if I have to start paying for my dental work, that's money I'm not getting back. I can't sell my new teeth on eBay, right? So, you know, I get my money back for that. So I'm gonna have to, you know, that's a lost cost. Did you guys know in prison, they get free healthcare and free dental care? The prisoner can just say like, hey, my tooth hurts, and he'll get the full red carpet service for getting his teeth fixed. They probably won't give him any aesthetics, and he's probably gonna be crying in pain the whole time during the operation, but at least his dental work's free. So I'm thinking like, man, if that's where I'm going, then, you know, maybe I should just wait till then to tell them about my root canals. I don't know. But yeah. And then they're kind of like, at that point, they're obligated to fix my teeth for me. Or maybe I should just get arrested in another country, then then that'll work, right? Because then I can get free healthcare. Whatever. Totally. This country, America's the only place that has high costs for stuff. You guys know, like, if you like go to a hospital and like you end up being in the hospital, like if you're in a coma or something, I don't know. Anyway, you end up spending like weeks and weeks in the hospital or whatever, and you don't have insurance. They'll hit you with a $500,000 hospital bill. Like literally, like they'll charge you like $500,000 to stay in the hospital. You could buy multiple houses with that money, but you spend a month in the hospital and it's all gone. And the thing, they charge you that much for that. The work they do in the hospital is not worth that, but it's simply existing in the hospital and sitting in the hospital bed or whatever. They'll charge you thousands of dollars for one IV drip. You know, this is all if you don't have insurance, by the way. So. But it's insane, and it's absolute stupidity. And it's just like people who go to the hospital and don't have insurance, right? If they work some like dead end job where they can't get like health insurance or any benefits or whatever, then they're pretty much done. Like their life is over, because every single moment they're outside of that hospital, you know, they're discharged, they're let go. well, their paycheck is getting garnished. So every hour that they work, all of that, their whole wage is being taken by the government to pay back those hospital bills. Now you don't have any money to feed yourself. Now you don't have any money to pay rent. Oh, you own a house? We'll repossess that house and then sell it on the market to help pay back those hospital bills. Now you're homeless. Now you're homeless. You can't feed yourself. You can't hold down a job. You're going to lose your job because you don't have a house. Because having a house is a prerequisite to being employed. Plus, you don't have any place to shower or sleep. So you can't stay clean for work. Forget an internet connection. Forget a cell phone. You know? There are people out there who are homeless, not because they're crazy drug addicts, but because they got some hospital bill that caused them to go so far into debt that their house was taken away from them, and their car was taken away from them, and their whole paycheck was taken away from them. So now they gotta beg for money on the streets, because the spare change that passerbyers give them is the only money that's not going to be taken from them to pay for their hospital bills. Their hospital bills from 10 years ago, mind you. This is happening every single day to everybody who's involved in this. It's so fucking pathetic. It's insane. It's absolute insanity. In no other country in this world does this happen. But the hospital owners gotta make their paycheck. They gotta get their second yacht. They gotta get their 10th vacation home in Tahiti, you know. So they're gonna slap $400,000 bill, $500,000 bill on every single person who walks in there. It's insane. It's absolute insanity. People are dying over this. People are being homeless and they're starving on the streets because every single dollar that they earn is being repossessed is being, put towards that debt. Because, oh no, the poor hospitals had to keep you in their room for a week. Better ruin your life because of it, because we can't have the hospitals, taking any blunt of that, that's for sure. Anyway, I'm done complaining about this. I'm going to rearrange my webcam here, and then I'm going to actually start doing my work. I'm going to get this college stuff done. Yes, I got to just switch. There we go. Look at that. Much better. This here. There's not really a whole lot of space. I don't even have anything on my desk other than I've described to you what's on my desk. It's I've described to you what's on my desk. It's freaking the laptop to run my stream, the webcam, the mic, the keyboard and mouse, and I have a cup. That's all I have on my desk. And I have a thing of food here, but this is very small. Oh yeah, I got this, Walmart had this cup of noodles stir fry, rice and noodles. It's a Korean spicy beef flavor, yes. I love Korean barbecue. I love Korean barbecue. Anyway, there's no meat in this, there's no protein. Only 6 grams. They're really putting 10 grams of sugar in this? Why does this need sugar? Why does a stir-fry rice and noodles need sugar in it? Doesn't make any sense. Don't even taste the sugar. Yeah. I guess it is a little sweet. You didn't need that. You didn't need that. What's wrong with that? Anyway. My laptop here is gonna fall off. Okay, there we go. Enough space. This here. Mary Chrysler. Alright. And my remote can actually go here. Fantastic. Look at that. Good setup. Alright, good setup, guys. Yeah, we did it. Congratulations. Anyway, apologies if my head looks a little small. It is what it is. You know what? I don't want to play this anymore. I just want to. I woke up today, and I was like, "Oh, I've woken up at like 8:30. I'm gonna Dang it, I stopped talking. I can never judge that. My stream is like 20 seconds behind. But I need to frequently test how my voice volume is compared to the music. It's fine. It's totally fine. Anyway, yeah, I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, you know, computer's already on, because I fell asleep with it on. I just turned off my monitor, and I was like, oh, you know, I'm gonna do my homework. Great. And then I laid in bed, watched a stream. I got up, watched a YouTube video, took a shower, made some food, watched more YouTube videos. I'm like, oh my god, I need to stop doing this. Also, I need my hair to stop not existing over here. I'm not bald over here. It's just that it's the hair doesn't. Maybe I am bald over there. Why am I bald on my left side specifically? It doesn't make any sense. Male pattern baldness, everyone. There we go. Now I'm not bald. God, I look worse than I did. Kiwi, what are you... Kiwi, there's no room on here. Oh my god, what are you doing? Fine, I'll clear off some room for you. God, why do I do this for you? Yeah, were you gonna jump, Kiwi? I gotta keep this up here, Kiwi, but... Okay. Anyway, this is fantastic. I was gonna shave today. And I did have time. It'd be a lie if I said I didn't. But... yeah, anyway. My hair has enough, like, volume to it to where even though my... Is my hairline seriously receding? I don't think it's receding that much. I think it's just how it looks on the webcam. It's not receding that much. God, I'm not old enough for it to be that bad, guys. Don't worry. Anyway, there we go. I'm not bald anymore. Alright, cool. Now I can do my homework. This is the best I've ever looked in my entire life. now the glasses are over the hair. I need like bangs that actually look good. I know guys don't normally have bangs, but I'm gonna be like one of those Korean pop like boy band types who have like, it looks like they have a bowl cut, but they've somehow made the bowl cut like work aesthetically for them. I just look like this. Ugh, I don't want to look like that. Oh my god. Like, I understand why girls like spend a lot of time like doing their hair and their makeup and all that stuff, because they want to look like good in a certain way or whatever. But it's just like, makeup's too much. Like do your hair. Like, that's totally, like, doing your hair is totally fine. I equate like doing your hair to like taking care of your skin, where it's like, you know, yeah, it's sort of, oh, I like that. Hell yeah, I like that. Ooh, guys, I'm going Super Saiyan. I equate doing your hair to like taking care of your skin with like skin products. Totally fine. Like the hair, it doesn't matter. Like, don't dye your hair. I don't approve of dyeing your hair. Like, your natural hair color looks fantastic, right? I think everybody's does. And yeah, you could look good with other hair colors, but don't do it. Just don't do it. Come on. Anyway, oh yeah, see, all matted down. As a kid, I used to put hairspray in my hair and then made it spiky, and I would go to school with spiky hair. It was cool. That was like first or second grade that I was doing that. So I thought I looked cool doing spiky hair, and my mom was totally up for it. But anyway, doing your hair is totally fine, like, because you're not necessarily altering the state, like, what your hair is. Still the same color, still the same length, whatever. But you're, getting a haircut too is totally fine. But like, it's doing your hair to me is the equivalent of like changing clothes. Because like people can look good in certain certain clothes or whatever. That's totally fine. I get it. Like, don't spend too much money on clothes, but it's still like, getting a nice outfit, looking nice, whatever. Find a cheap suit, or wearing a dress, or whatever other fashion styles there are. That's good. I put a little effort in my appearance. I wear those button-ups. I used to wear an undershirt with the button-ups, but it would get too hot like that, so I stopped doing that. So I just wear a button-up, but of course the neck button is off, so you can see a little bit of my neck skin, kind of like you can here. So where it'd be, sort of like that, sort of. Yeah, it'd be kind of like this, where you can see this little skin. So, like, it looks a little lazy, but it's totally, like, to me it's totally fine. But yeah, anyway, it's like whatever. But yeah, no, it's like, especially girls, if they're putting in effort for their hair, it's totally fine, right? Like, you can look good with certain hairstyles. Putting it up in braids and all that, even if you like curl it or straighten it with like a curler or a straightener, it's not like you're killing your hair or anything. So, hair dye kills your hair, like 100%. Hair dye kills your hair. But yeah. Anyway, that's just. I'm a proponent of that. I'm like, fully supportive of like doing up your hair and stuff. But at the same time, I myself am like extremely lazy, and I'm not gonna like, because the hair cutters, they'll always like, especially if I go to a good one, they'll always like put product in my hair for free, and they'll be like, oh yeah, put a little mousse in your hair, put a little gel in your hair, and it looks really good. Especially with the style that they cut it as, it looks really good. But then, ooh, I really like that. The whoosh. This is why I would get in like a character customizer. But yeah, see, like this kind of altering, I'm just simply doing with one hand, nothing in my hand. Totally fine. Even if you put product in your hair, that's fine, whatever. But yeah, the hair cutters will always be like, oh yeah, it looks, and I would be like, wow, this looks really good. And they're like, yeah, I use this mousse product. We sell it over there for like $30. And I'm thinking like, first of all, $30. But second of all, sometimes they'll give me a discount. If I'm really like, I don't know, guys, they'll give me a pretty heavy discount. But I still won't get it, because I'm thinking like, when I go to work, I wake up like 20 minutes before I gotta be out the door. That's just barely enough time for me to get changed, use the restroom, shave, brush my teeth, and then put something in the microwave for breakfast. So like, it's cold right now. That's why I'm like clutching my fists. But yeah, I'm thinking like, I'm not gonna do this every day. I'm not gonna put gel on my hand, run it through my hair, and I'm certainly not gonna reapply it on my lunch break either, which is what I need to do, because the stuff wears off in a couple hours. that's kind of the problem, is that like if I could do it once a day, then maybe. But the fact that I have to like keep up maintenance for it, it's kind of like especially since like once my hair starts growing out, there's no way I can like put mousse in this and make it look good still, because I'm gonna make this part look good, but then I'm gonna have this giant like part in the back where it's just like I'm gonna have long hair or whatever. So, but yeah, anyway, that's how it is. Yeah, anyway, I gotta do. I gotta stop going on tangents. I'm been talking for an hour now. I'm gonna do my schoolwork. I gotta get something done today. The plan was that I'm gonna get these 2 classes done. The quiz is gonna be really easy once I know the info. And so basically it's just this write-up that I gotta do. You guys remember last week, I think it was Friday, I did a write-up about like, the statistics for my radiologist thing or whatever. It ended up taking me like 4 hours because I kept ranting about it, but yeah. Excuse me. Kiwi. She keeps like cleaning herself. I don't know if... No, she keeps ducking under the view. I should fix my posture, to be honest. She's got fleas. They still got fleas. God. The fucking flea treatment, like... Apparently, all the retail brand flea treatments, like Advantage and whatever, for cats, like, don't work anymore. So, the only flea treatment that actually works is this one you have to be prescribed by the vet. But the thing is, you got to take your cat into a vet visit in order to get prescribed this flea medication. It's the exact same stuff, but the thing is, I have a lot of cats in this house. We can't afford. I mean, it'd be like $300 to take all of them into the vet, and they're gonna point out other problems. Like one of my cats isn't fixed, but she's like way too old to get fixed, and so it's like, you know, can't really do that. And then taking the other ones, like, oh my god, so it'd be expensive, and then you have to pay for each dose. It's like $16 per dose per month. I'm thinking like that's like $80 a month, plus all the pet visits, and the fact that you have to take your cat back every like 6 months in order for them to keep giving this stuff to you. It's terrible. So it'd be like, God, what's the yearly cost of that? Okay, let's see. Do it for 4 cats. You gotta take them in. It's like $45 a visit, I'd say. Twice a year. So that's 90 times 4 is 360. Plus it's 16 per application. For 4 cats, it's like 16 times 50 is 100. Wait, no, it's $800. Minus 30 would be 770. Plus the 360. That's like $1,000 a year. Is what I really had to crunch those numbers. That's like $1,000 a year for these 4 cats. That's like $250 a cat per year. I don't have $250 a year to spend on their stupid flea treatments. Are you kidding me? So, anyway, this is just... There we go. Now I'm not balding. If I squinch my forehead. I just have a big forehead. Guys, do people with big foreheads, are people with big foreheads actually balding? Like, is it just like their hairline has receded? Is that why they have a big forehead? Because everybody technically has a big forehead, it's just hidden underneath a lot of hair. So, or the hairline's blocking it or whatever. Did you guys know with the sex dolls, they have, like, you guys know hair, right? And it's how it's, like, embedded into your skull. They actually have, like, the, like, real human hair that's, like, for wigs and stuff, but they embed it into the skull, so it, like, grows out in, like, the mannequins or whatever. It's cool. Have to pay extra for that. Plus, I have to do that with, like, a hard head, I think. So it's not like the soft, like, you're not getting that soft skin on the face because they need to do a hard head to hold the hair in. If you want the soft head with the soft skin on the face, like those kissable lips, then you gotta get, then they won't be able to keep the hair in, and so you gotta get a wig, but then of course the wig's gonna fall off, right? You gotta, like, glue it on or whatever. Anyway, lots of problems. I wonder what happens with, like, people who lose their hair due to chemotherapy. I know, like, for girls it's an issue. Like, if you get cancer, it's like when you're like 28 years old, then you're gonna lose all your hair. And then, well, you're gonna wear makeup or whatever, or a wig or whatever, and then the wig can fall off and all this sort of stuff. You can't really glue that onto your head because it's your head, right? So. Ugh. I'm, like, actually getting self-conscious about this. It's because my webcam's over on this side. I need a haircut, first and foremost. I'm gonna have to get a haircut pretty soon, to be honest. I wish I had a comb in here. I wish upon a star. My life was good, or had so far. And if I could have only one wish, then it would be for a soft kiss. But no, oh no, for that is false. For I'm as ugly as a hoss. And if a girl would kiss me so, I'd have to say I'd let her go. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. I'm trying to find out things to rhyme. I don't know. I'm the next Dr. Seuss, guys. I could write poetry. That's what I could do. I hate poetry. God. I don't like poetry, guys. You guys know I'm really big into writing, right? But I don't actually like, but, you know, a lot of people's favorite writing is poetry. I don't like poetry. I don't like poetry. It's such a convoluted way to write something, or to write, like, your thoughts and feelings down. For me, it's a short story. If I'm feeling an emotion, I'm going to project that emotion onto a character, and then I'm going to have that character go through a scenario where they will eventually feel that emotion, and it'll the lead up to that and everything will tell us a really captivating thing, but at the same time, people will be able to self-insert and relate to that person. They'll be able to relate to the emotions. That's why we like character development in our stories. But is because the characters are relatable, and we feel what they're feeling, and we want them to overcome their challenges to give us some glimmer of hope that we can as well. But with poetry, it's a lot different. Don't even get me started on like poetry where you have it's like a simple poem. It's totally fine. Because with poetry that's like a simple poem or something, they're not trying to tell a story or anything. That's fine. Because what it is that they whatchamacallit? Poetry, well, okay, yeah, simple poetry where they just express a feeling. It's like, okay, this is quick and to the point. We're expressing this feeling, and, whatever. But, if it's like, I'm not going to write a short story that just simply consists of, what the hell? I can see it on the sound thing here. It's like completely overpowering my voice. But yeah, like simple poetry. You know, I'm not gonna write a short story that's just simply like, oh, the wind is flowing through the breeze. Or the wind is blowing through the trees and the breeze knocks off the leaves and the leaves drift off into the ocean. And it leaves its home but whisks away into the unknown. I'm not gonna write like a short story. That's not a short story. But the thing is, you could translate that into a poem. In fact, that was technically a poem that I just said. You got a sequence of events that happened really quick, really to the point, and then it invokes that feeling for you. Totally fine, right? It's quick, it's jabby, whatever, right? It's not as good as a short story because there's no build up to it and there's no like intense display of the emotions. It's just supposed to make you, it's just basically like picture a scenario, right? You know, the poem is basically just telling you picture a scenario or, you know, here's this picture or whatever. But yeah, you see the volume on the music went back up, even though I turned it down on the video. It would have been screaming over my voice if I had kept it at that volume. Whatever. Oh, you guys can't even like stupid lo-fi. It always like changes volume, like whenever. It'll get really quiet and then it'll get loud or whatever. So I'm not actually listening to the music, so I can't really judge like what's going on in the soundtrack, but I'm just looking at like the little, there's the sound here and it's like desktop audio. The desktop audio is like at this low hum, like at the halfway point, and then my voice is getting up to like 3/4. I don't know, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, no, poems, it's like, the simple ones, the short ones invoke this sort of feeling. But the thing is, it's like once you get into the longer poems, like I've read poems that are like multiple pages long. It's like at that point, it's not a poem, it's a short story. It's a short story that you just wrote in stanzas. Like, yeah, sure, everybody can have their writing style, but this doesn't make any sense. Like, honestly, like this doesn't make any sense, right? What if I just start spacing all the letters apart and you gotta crunch them together in your mind to figure out what the heck I'm saying, right? Why don't we do something like that next? It's like poems that are actually like real stories should just be written as short stories. Poetry is not the only way to digest information or, you know, to feel feelings or whatever. In fact, with short stories, I mean, this is sort of where this dissonance comes in, which I disagree with, but people normally look at stories as story first. And what I mean by that is that they look at it for the plot. Every story has plot, so this overarching story, you know, a series of events. And then they also have characters, you know, the characters that go through those events or that are involved in those events. And there's setting and there's tone and theme and blah blah, right? It's just everything else is pretty much secondary to those two. The thing is, every story has a plot. Every story has a sequence of events. So if you write a short story, it's gonna have a story to it. Hey, Kiwi. Stretch. Hey, Kiwi, why don't you sit over here? Why don't you sit over here? Here. Come here. She like almost forgot where she was. Yeah, right here. I'm gonna remind you. Can you make the jump? It's like a 1 foot jump, Kiwi. Okay, there you go. There you go. Look at you. You can be over here, Kiwi. My casa is your casa. There you go. She's like, you guys can't really see. She's just. I have my book and my game back there. Kiwi, sleep on the thing. You're so cute. You are so cute, Kiwi. My God. I don't don't think you're gonna sleep on the thing though, are you? See, if I made that cat catio for her that was in that video from the other day, that couple who was cute couple or whatever, she would 100% use it. She would go in that window and she would use it. She's just gonna sit on the desk again. I don't know why she wants to sit on the desk. Anyway, I think I can put these headphones on the floor because I vacuumed over here. Now they're out of the way. But yeah, anyway, okay, so what was I saying? So poems, so okay, with stories, and especially short stories, everybody says that a story has to have a series of events. There's got to be a beginning, middle, and end, right? We all learned that in elementary school. There's got to be a beginning, middle, and end to the story, and all that crap. And the thing is with, and then, you know, everything else is an afterthought. What kind of characters are you going to put in it? Where is it going to take place? You know, blah, blah, blah. It's like everything else is an afterthought. The thing is with me, I disagree with that. I think that because a story can be about what happens in the story, but I think that a really good story focuses on the characters. I think that the plot comes secondary, and it's more about the characters, the kind of people that you have involved in the story and what they go through. Because what's going to touch people's hearts is what the characters are going through. And you guys look at poetry. Poetry is just 100% about the emotions that you feel. Short poems, you know, poems that take like less than a minute to read, they're supposed to give you a picture and invoke a feeling inside of you. You feel the wind breezing against the tree and the leaves flutter away into the ocean, right? That gives you some sense of a feeling, right? You can picture it and it gives you some sense of a feeling. It's like, it's the same thing as if I drew a picture of a tree, you know, and a gust of wind, and then the leaves were kind of flying off, and then you saw like some of the leaves hit the ocean, and then you saw some of the leaves like, you know, floating really far away from the tree. You just kind of saw that path. If I drew a picture like that, you guys will get some feeling of it or whatever, right? Just by simply looking at the picture. A short poem does that. A long poem tells a short story because there's a sequence of events. You gotta have something to, with a long poem, it's typically a description of one event after another. But the events described in a long poem are centered around, or the objective is not necessarily to tell a story by itself. You're not telling a raw story. You're telling something that's gonna make the reader feel something. And normally that involves characters. If you have a character, even if the character is like a crow sitting on top of a streetlight, and that's what your whole freaking poem is about, you experience feelings because of what that crow is going through, or what that crow is doing, or whatever. I don't freaking know. It's whatever, right? You could, you know, I could pull up a poem and start analyzing it to you guys. But the thing is, it's the same in that it's what I'm describing. A poem invokes a feeling, and if it's a long poem, then it's telling a short story, it's telling a sequence of events, but the purpose of telling those events is to make you feel something. And why do you feel something? Because you see a picture and you relate it to something. Normally with a long poem, there is a character. A lot of the time the character is the narrator, is the author. And so, God, Kiwi is going crazy over here. But, yeah, normally a long poem is like a sequence of events, but there's a character involved, or there's multiple characters involved, and then what they're going through you relate to and you feel. Because of that, it invokes emotions in you. With short stories, that's not poetry, however, the characters normally come secondary, and And, you know, that's a huge problem because, yeah, you can tell an interesting story, but is it going to make you feel anything? You know, if a story can't make you feel something, then it's not a good story, in my opinion, because it's, you know, it's got to be relatable in some sense. Even a simple, like, romance story. Oh, boy meets girl and they get together, blah, 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 right? And you have just this long, drawn-out, you know, scene of them, you know, the guy being shy to the girl, and eventually he asks her out and she says yes, and they go have a grand old time. Like, even something like that invokes emotion because you relate to that, because everybody's had somebody that they like, you know, somebody that they had a crush on but they're too nervous to ask out. Everybody's had that. And so being able to write about that sort of experience is great. Even if you're writing something that's like fantasy or sci-fi, then you put in the characters and you have the characters experience real problems that people in the real world could experience. Like, maybe not in the same context, but it's emotions. You have the characters go through things that cause the same emotions that regular people could feel in the real world going through different events. And people won't relate to what the character is doing, but they will relate to how the character is feeling. And that's what's important, right? You need, even if you can't relate to exactly the situation that they're going through, which with most stories you really can't, you can at least relate to the emotions that the character is feeling. And that's what makes it great. That's what makes a really good story. Because it invokes some feeling in you, and you start feeling sympathy or empathy for this character, and you're rooting for them. You want them to get past their struggles, or, you know, you feel sad, or you for them, or you feel happy for them, or you feel angry for them, you know, whatever, right? A story is supposed to do that. And so for me, when I'm writing stories, I think about the emotions that I want to invoke very first. In fact, no story of mine no idea of mine ever lacks that. And the thing is, when I write stories, I'm only here to write stories about a certain emotion or whatever, right? I told you guys a few weeks ago, the story of, I made up some story because I was doing my college work, and they had brought up, like, puppies or whatever. Oh, excuse me. God. I gotta remember to eat. Nom 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 nom. But yeah, I brought up a story about the dog who got sent to a shelter, and he what was the story about? The dog got sent to, I think it was that. Yeah, that's right. The dog, it was an older dog, and he was at the shelter, and he the dog was at the shelter, and he was an older dog, and he noticed, like, all the families coming by and picking out the puppies, and he was always passed up, and he got older and older, and then eventually one day he got picked up by some hands that, you know, he wasn't familiar with, and he was thinking, like, oh, am I finally gonna get to go home? Is somebody finally gonna adopt an old dog like me? And then he was taken 3 rooms down and put on a cold metal table, and then he felt a needle and an injection in him, and he was put down because he was too old. It was a kill shelter. The end. So anyway, I had described that story to you guys, and I drew it out a little longer. But the thing, I could write a short story about that. But the thing is, I didn't start that story thinking I gotta write a story about puppies, or I gotta write a story about a dog. I didn't think that. What I thought was, what kind of emotion do I want to invoke? And so the emotion that I invoked was that of lost hope. I was saying, I was thinking like, I have this character, the dog, and he's older. What's gonna happen to this dog? What kind of emotions could he be exposed to? And then I thought, lost hope. I thought like, oh, he's feeling that rejection, and then eventually something bad could happen to him. That was my thought process. And so because that was my thought process, then I was able to craft a story around that one emotion, that emotion of like getting that hope and then having that snatched away at the last second, right? That false hope sort of thing. It's supposed to be a sad story. That's what it was. And that was my thought process behind it. I wanted to tell a sad story. I wanted to tell a story where you have a little bit of hope and then it gets snatched away. That's the emotion I wanted to invoke. I crafted the entire series of events of the, and obviously that was just such a basic example, right? It took me no effort to think of that. But I crafted the series of events in that story around the emotion that I wanted to invoke. People do it the opposite. People do it where they have an idea for a story and they have a series of events, but oh no, this is going to be boring just to tell a story from start to finish. We gotta have something for people to attach to or whatever. I think I've told you guys before with my story idea. It all started with when I was 16. So like, God, what, 11 years ago now? I was daydreaming in the shower, and I just had this simple thought. I imagined a girl, like a teenage, young adult girl, and she's shouting somebody's name in anger and screaming. And it's obviously directed at somebody, and then the person that it's directed at shouts back her name at her angrily, and they charge towards each other. That one scene, that one emotion that was there. Why is she so angry? Who is she fighting against? Why is she in this situation? What's making her feel this way? And around that one concept, I crafted an entire world, an entire universe. And it's like the greatest, it's the greatest story I've ever thought up of. It's like, and the thing is, the idea is built on top of there. I constantly crafted characters. I added more characters to that, and then I added personalities to those characters, and then I put in them in situations that would invoke emotions that would trigger their personalities, trigger these reactions or whatever. And I kept building on top of that, and the world would build itself around the character and the emotion that I wanted to have the character feel. And so every single world that I've crafted was done in a way to where I could lead these characters to feel emotions. That's the only thing I've done, because I've leaned on this crutch of having these characters go through these emotional climaxes, and I'm just simply thinking like, okay, I have the emotion first. How do I make them feel this emotion? And then I craft the story around that. So to me, writing stories isn't about telling the story. It's about telling the characters, and it's about making the characters go through things that invoke an emotional response in the reader. And whether that's a short story where it's one character going through some stuff, and at the end his whole world gets shattered, like with the old dog getting put down, or if it's a long-winded story and it takes, and and then it takes multiple novels for it to come to this, it's still like I put the characters first, and I put those emotions first, and that's really like the kind of story that I want to tell. It's really like how it is. So poetry gets it right in the fact that the poetry, which is why I say I could write poetry. It's because the poetry focuses on the emotional response that you get from the story first and foremost. It doesn't matter what the story is. The story could be about anything. I mean, you guys have probably read poetry on like the most ridiculous situations. But the thing is, in every single poem, in every single good poem, it clearly has an emotion that it wants the reader to feel. And so that's what it is. And that's why poetry is so good. And that's why there are people out there who like poetry, is because they want to feel those emotions in a short form like that. So I think that's fantastic. But at the same time, it's like the long-winded poems that do end up telling a series of events, you should have just written that as a short story in the first place, in freestyle. And then my gripe is that short stories themselves focus on the plot rather than the character emotions. You guys ever watch like Black Mirror, or there's Amazon's got a knockoff Black Mirror series. Anyway, just like episodic stuff. It's just a short story. It's basically just a short story, and it's like a sitcom, right? Most episodes in a sitcom, they're, you think of like iCarly or Drake and Josh or SpongeBob or anything like that. Those characters aren't going through anything. Those characters aren't like experiencing these high levels of intense emotions or anything like that per episode, for the most part. You have some episodes that are very emotional, and those are the ones that normally stick out in your mind more. Why is that? Because you actually feel for the characters. These characters you've grown to love. Now something serious is happening to them, right? But you turn on just a random episode, it's most likely not going to be that. It's most likely just going to be, they're just the two people, the characters are just goofing around. And then they do some stuff and it's funny and haha, and something goes on behind the scenes and wacky events, and then it ends. And it's like you turn off the TV, an hour from now you don't even remember what you just watched, because there was no meaning to it. Emotion provides meaning. When we go through stuff, either extremely happy or extremely sad emotions, it tends to stick out in our minds more. It tends to be a lot more memorable to us, because that's what we felt. In fact, you guys go back to any single story, any single like movie or TV show or video game with a story that you've ever played, what are the parts that you remember the most? Think back to like anything. Think back to like Ori, or think back to like a Disney movie, or think back to like, I don't know, an anime, or just whatever. What are the moments you remember the most? It was either moments where the characters it was moments when you felt emotion. If it's a video game, yeah, sure, it could be frustrating parts. But other than that, like, think about the story itself. What parts of the story do you specifically remember? It's moments where the characters either felt really sad over something, and so you felt sad too. Really angry over something, so you felt angry too. Or really accomplished over something, so you felt satisfied too. It was something where the characters went through something that was highly emotional, and you managed to feel that emotion with the characters, or you felt an emotion because of this. That's what it is. That's what you remember the most. It's like, you don't remember the little things or whatever about it. You might. If you've rewatched something 100 times, then yeah, you definitely would. But it's normally those like very emotional moments that you remember or whatever. So one that I like to think back to is Code Geass, because Code Geass I watched the series like 8 times. It's a 50 episode series and I've rewatched it 8 times. It's ridiculous. But anyway, with Code Geass, they have they have a lot of very emotional moments, and they have a lot of quotable scenes that that really like pull at your heartstrings. And so the story is not about emotions at all. It's about giant fighting robots. But the thing is, it has so many moments that are memorable and that like really impacted me, because I first watched this series in middle school and I rewatched it a whole bunch in high school, and it was like there are some moments that like, even if it's been like 10 years for me, you know, rewatching it, there are moments in there where I remember, like, I might not remember exactly what was said, you know, 10 years ago, but I remember feeling things, and I remember, you know, it had such, there are these scenes, and there are these quotes that had such a profound impact on me when I watched it back then, that it, like, that feeling and that, you know, that sort of like, you know, that made the series memorable for me. That's why it's like, that's why it's my favorite anime series, is because it's like, it hit me. It was so profound, and it was so like, it like made me feel emotions that I didn't expect an anime about giant fighting robots to make me feel. And so, and you know, I could watch 100 different anime and not feel those same things. So it's like, you know, you gotta have those emotional moments in your story. And so for me, when I write stories, I write them with the express purpose of having those emotional moments. I don't even care about telling a great story anymore. Like, Code Geass had a great story in and of itself. And it had good characters and everything like that, but it was completely like, it was completely character driven. But yeah, with my stories, I'm not even thinking that far. I'm thinking, like, if I can have you guys go, like, have you guys, you know, tear up because I'm talking about some old dog that's being put down, then I've done my job, right? As a storyteller, that's, you know, I can make up something in you know, 5 minutes and make you guys cry over it. That's fantastic to me, because that's what you remember. That's what's memorable to you. That's the only reason I remember the dog story that I told. That was like 3 weeks ago. That's the only reason I remember that. It's because, you know, that invokes an emotion, and it's, you know, it's funny, haha, to me, that I can just tell a sad story just on the fly like that. But at the same time, it's like, you know, that's what it is. And I don't know, I enjoy that. That's what I enjoy about writing. You can have these characters go through these emotional highs and lows that you can't get in real life. Because you guys look at real life is so freaking boring. Even if you're in a crap situation and you're going through like a whole bunch or whatever, life's still boring. It's like, it's either boring or life's boring. It could be stressful, but honestly, like, isn't stress kind of boring? Isn't it boring to be stressed out all the time? But it's boring to not be stressed out all the time. Life's just boring. And so it's like, you know, because I think life is boring because we don't go through any of this stuff. That's why we watch shows. That's why we watch movies. That's why we play video games. It's so that these feelings are able to be stimulated inside of us. And as far as real life goes, I don't care that it's boring. I can find something to entertain myself pretty easily. I can play a new game. I can watch a movie, whatever. Hope the movie's good. Hope I cry during it, because then I'll have something to think about tonight. But whatever. Real life's boring, so we look to stories to fill that emotional void that we have. We want to feel things. You know, that's why people go out there and they cause drama and all that stuff, and they're toxic. Whatever. They want to feel things. Sure. Whatever. But, you know, whatever. I don't want to participate in real life, it's obviously. So I'm over here, I'm watching something on my cool TV, and it's, you know, it's just like you want to, like, we think life is boring when we're not feeling things. And so that's what stories are supposed to do. They're supposed to make us feel things. They're supposed to describe to us situations that we'll never be in. You're supposed to get to know characters that you'll never know in real life, and especially that intimately. And you're supposed to go on a journey with them and feel things, feel the emotions that they feel. and and cheer at their triumphs and cry at their failures, and get mad at the people who've wronged them. You're supposed to feel all that, and it's and a good story will get you to do so. And that's great. That's why I complained in like Tales of Arise, the whole like Rinwall thing, where she just all of a sudden gets mad at that one lord because she's the one who killed her parents, but it's like we never knew that her parents got killed in the first place. But it's like, okay, it's a plane. I thought my phone was vibrating. Stupid plane in the air is making the same sound as my vibrating phone. I thought someone's calling me. I've been getting a lot of spam calls recently. But yeah, that's why I got kind of peeved at that one scene in Tales of Arise, because they could have built that up and had it lead up to that moment so that we would have actually known what was going on, because that could have been a really huge climactic moment for us. We could have felt those same feelings of anger and realization and frustration that she was feeling at that same time. But instead, the story didn't clue us in, and they missed that opportunity. And that's what kind of peeved me about it, because stories are carried by their emotional moments. And when a story is carried by its emotional moments, you have to include as many as possible. Not like one every scene, but you have to, when you have opportunities to tell those moments, then that's what you do. That's what you're supposed to do. And even if you write something after the fact, then you got to go back and build onto it. I know that when I write my books, this is why books take like 8, 9, 10 different rewrites before they get published. And I know this is what I'm going to be doing with my book. You have a base storyline, you have a skeleton of what you could do, and you don't have enough in it. So you think of things that you can put in your book, you think of things that can go along with it. But then as you think of different things and different events that you can put in your book, you need to have proper build up to it. So if I put something towards the end, or towards like the second half of the book, that's supposed to be impactful and meaningful, well, now I got to write that in the first half of the book. Now I got to go back and I got to be like, okay, how do I reference this so that it actually makes sense when it gets to this point later on in the novel? And you have to do that a lot, and you have to weave in and integrate things into your book. And don't even get me started on like how complicated that is for books that have multiple, where it's like a series, where you think like Harry Potter or something, where it's like there's 8 books. Then it's like, well, if you wanted to put something in book 6, but then needed to be referenced in book 1 and you didn't do that, well, now you got to figure out that mess because you already published book 1 and people have already read that. And so you got to get creative with that stuff or whatever. And that's where writers normally get stuck, is like when a series goes for too long, they end up changing the canon and they end up rewriting certain things, and it doesn't make sense compared to where it started in the first place or whatever. So I feel like the writer for Attack on Titan didn't fall into that trap. He had an idea of what the ending was going to be before he wrote the beginning. So he was actually able to, I feel like he did that. If he didn't do that, if he had no idea where it was going, then, good for him, but or then he was able to trick us all, is what I mean. But yeah, there's a gripe that I have with Attack on Titan too that most people aren't pointing out, but anyway, I'm not gonna talk about that. But yeah, anyway, the what's it called? But yeah, just you have to have good enough build up, and you have to have good enough you have to have a good build up to where these emotional moments can happen. And the problem that I'm having with my story, which is why I haven't put pen to paper yet, is that I don't have a variety of scenes in my book. I don't have this variety of things that are going on. Because a good story can make you feel, like you guys think of a 12-episode anime, for example. By episode 2, you're normally feeling some pretty heavy emotion. Heavy emotions. Episode 1 sets up a really interesting plot, and it makes you hooked, and it makes you want to keep going. by episode 2 or episode 3, you're already feeling like some pretty intense emotions. They've told basically this mini story, and it's this mini story that's able to continually lead up and ramp up and go further and further. So even if you have some big thing at the end, you're able to have the beginning and the middle be really good too, and you have those emotional climaxes too. The problem with my story is that for every location that they go to, which is supposed to be its own separate book, I only have one emotional climax each. I have the girl gets her village burnt down. That's the only thing I have for book 1, is that the girl gets her village burnt down, and she's like no, and then she goes and she rushes to her mother, and her mother's sitting on her throne chair and she's burnt to a crisp. And she's like no, and she's like crying, and the 2 guys are trying to hold her back, and whatever, right? So that's the only like thing, but that's all the way at the end of the book. I don't have anything that's like before that. The next one, I don't even have like an emotional climax at the end either for like the next book, because they go to like some wind temple area. And the only emotional thing there is that like the new character that's introduced in that book has like anxiety issues, but she's like in a position of leadership and she's got to like deal with, but she's like, 16 years old or something, so she's got to deal with this like heavy responsibility, and she has like panic attacks in her private time and stuff like that because it's so much pressure on her and she's all alone. I have a whole thing built around there, but it doesn't lead up to an ending or anything, so I don't even have that. And then like book 3, it's like I got it's like the water boy, the water mage boy, and he's very timid and shy the whole time. But then he gets really angry when he actually defies his abusive father, when his father won't stop hurting his sister, who he cares about, and so his like care and love for his older sister is greater. It becomes greater than his fear of his abusive father, and so he like goes into rage mode because of that or whatever, and then they get in a situation where he's gonna the abusive father is gonna kill everybody, and the water boy sacrifices his life to stop his dad because he wants to protect his friends. But no, whatever. It's not gonna be that cliche in a novel form. But the thing is, it's like, so my whole point with all this is that I got one for every single other area, because they go to like some earth kingdom, and then they go to like a desolate wasteland, and they go to a lightning country, or they go to like an industrial city that's like where it's lightning's the power. And I got like they go to the Holy Kingdom, and I got like one emotional thing going on for each of those places, and I've kind of crafted the whole story around that whole one emotional thing. But the thing is, it's like now there's no, because the story is so big for each of these places, I can have a lead up to that emotional climax for sure, but the entire lead up isn't going to have anything significant happen in it. There's not going to be any more emotional or significant moments happening. It's just going to be the characters are going through the paces and then we're just waiting for that one moment or whatever. And that's what I'm kind of bad at as story writing, is that I'm really good at telling short stories because I don't need more than one emotional climax. So if I have a feeling in the shower and I'm thinking like, oh, I'm imagining this scene, I could write like a 10 paragraph story where the ending is like some bombastic thing. That's totally fine, right, for a short story. But if I'm writing like a 200-page novel, then obviously I need more moments than just the one at the end, because nobody's sitting through 200 pages of just nothing happening until we get to the very end. Nobody's gonna sit through that. So I gotta make it more interesting than that. And I don't have any ideas. I'm probably not gonna have any ideas for like the next 10 years. So it's like, so I have like no idea like Because I mean, that's kind of it's a blessing and a curse. I mean, it's definitely like it's a fault of my writing style is that I tend to lean too much on the one emotional moment or whatever, and it's like, and so there's not really much room for me to develop anything more than that. So like I don't have the ability to create like mini stories that are sequential and that just build up and up and up like that. You know, it's just a problem with experience. I haven't read enough books. I certainly haven't watched enough TV shows. So I don't know how like plots are structured. I'm not like familiar with that at all. So it's hard for me to make my own. In that sense, because there's not enough like data for me to take off of. And it's just a problem of that I haven't read enough. So I haven't read enough books to understand like how are they making me cry in chapter 2, you know, it's like things like that. So I don't know. I don't even know why I started talking about this in the first place. I was talking about poetry. Oh yeah, I tried to make a rhyme, that's right. God, I can go on a tangent on the stupidest things. Anyway, I gotta do my work. I can't screen share while I'm doing it because but I mean, I could probably just read some, like, I'll probably just be mumbling it. Something to you guys, or whatever. Okay, my assignment for this week. So I gotta get this done. Or I gotta get, like, I gotta read through these notes, get this written assignment, and a quiz done. And then we'll play some Dismantle after that. Hopefully I get this done in, like, the next hour or so. It shouldn't take that, I mean, it's not that much work, it shouldn't take that long. We'll see how it goes. So again, apologies guys if this isn't like the most entertaining thing, just staring at my face while I read through things. Okay. There's no length requirement, but you must answer all questions in depth. Refer to the required readings and videos to support your answers. This assignment does not have to be in essay format, but you still must meet the criteria above. Clearly answer each question in complete sentences. The fact that he even has to say complete sentences in a college course is kind of baffling, to be honest. Answer the following. What is satisfactory academic progress and why is it important? Explain the difference between dropping a class, withdrawing from a class, and never attending the class. Okay. How does each of the above affect satisfactory academic progress? Be specific. I don't want to be at a point where like I have to withdraw from classes, to be honest. That's why this college is nice, because it's like I only have to do two classes at a time. So if I hate a class, then I'm thinking like, okay, I only got a couple months with this class. Then, you know, whatever. Okay, let's see here. College catalog. Wait, how much stuff is here? What the frick? Oh. Wait, this is... Oh, okay. They have like 10... They have like 10 things that I gotta read, but only 2 of them, or wait, only 3 of them actually apply to this assignment. Okay. Satisfactory academic progress. Ensure you are successfully completing your coursework and can continue to pursue your studies with the college. Detailed information regarding this can be found in the catalog. Okay. To meet satisfactory academic progress, a student must meet both of the requirements each semester. Cumulative GPA of 2.0 or higher at the end of each semester, must successfully complete at least 2/3 of all credit hours attempted each semester. 2/3? 2.0 is like straight C's. They have really low standards. Dude, if I didn't get A's back in like regular school, like it'd be pretty bad. I guess there were people who got C's. I think I was in honors classes, so nobody got like below a B in any class ever. If you got like below a 3.5 GPA, then you were pretty much like gonna work at McDonald's. It was that level of like pure disapproval. So all of us had to keep up our grades because we were all going to a smart school and gonna attend colleges and stuff. Everyone had to get a 4.0. I didn't. I mean, up until middle school I got straight A's, but then in high school I stopped. I could have gone straight A's in high school, but I didn't actually. I wasn't doing a lot of the work. I was missing a lot of days too, just because I didn't feel like it. High school sucks. The thing is, like, none of this, like, the thing is, growing up, like, I've already explained this to you guys, but growing up, you have all these expectations put on you. And so you think, like, oh, you know, everyone around you is telling you, like, oh, you gotta get A's, you gotta get straight A's, have a high GPA, get into a good college, blah, 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 right? The things I didn't realize during high school, but, you know, it took me a long time after high school, is that, you know, before I realized, you don't have to get good grades. You don't have to, you didn't even have to pass your classes, honestly. Like, I could have gone straight D's. And the thing is, it's like, you know, because I thought, like, a bad grade is the end of the world, so I better not get that. And so I spent all these nights, you know, like, oh, I gotta get this homework assignment done, otherwise I'm gonna get a bad grade. But the thing is, like, when you're an adult, none of this matters. You're gonna become an adult anyway. So when you go to, it doesn't matter if you got straight A's in high school, or if you drop out entirely. Like, it doesn't matter. Because you're gonna turn 18 anyway. It's gonna become past the point of going to high school anyway. So it's like, you know, even if you drop out, you're eventually gonna become the age where you're not going back. And then you just go live your life. The thing is, like, and I've explained this before too, as long as you're like living with somebody and you both have an income, then you don't need to have the best income. Like, for me, I'm gonna be making like $45 an hour taking x-rays of people. So it's like, you know, and my partner can work at the freaking grocery store for all I care. Because we're gonna have enough money to survive. Until I get a partner, I'm gonna be living in this house. I'm supported by 3 other incomes. So it's like you don't necessarily need, like, you don't need to be successful. You don't even need to get good grades. What are these college standards? I can get straight C's and they're fine with it. In fact, I can ace one class and fail the next, and that'll still be a 2.0 GPA. Alright, there's the reconnection. Cool. My software disconnected for some reason. Wow. My stream is now like 1 second behind my own thing. Or my own thing, whatever. Behind like real life. That was nice, that actually worked for it. Anyway. But yeah, you don't like. Like, I only have to go to class like 2/3 of the time, apparently, each semester. It's like, what? All credit hours. Whatever that means. So, yeah, no, it's like, none of. Like, all the pressure that they put on you in regular school, it's like, it doesn't matter. Especially if you're not going to college. If you leave with just your high school diploma, or even like your GED, it's like, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't have those, there are still jobs that you can get. You might not be a shoo-in for most jobs, but it's not like it's gonna matter. Especially for those of you out there who are just gonna be on like disability benefits or welfare or whatever, you don't need a high school diploma for that. You just need to be legally an adult. And they'll put you on whatever. They don't care what grades you got in high school. Your future employer doesn't care about what grades you got in high school. Nobody does. In fact, I've applied for jobs saying like, oh yeah, I was on the honor roll in high school, and they don't care. Nobody cares. Even if I'm straight out of high school, nobody cares. What do they care about? They care that you're gonna show up to work every day. That's all they care about. It's like, none of this matters. People are able, like, you're born in America, you're pretty much set. You can go to whatever country you want, whatever first world country you want. And yeah, you don't need to dig and claw your way out of the bottom of the barrel of humanity. You know, you're able to just do whatever. Doesn't matter. Look at all those freaking homeless people that are out on the street. How many of them have did anything like that? The thing is, you have to really screw up to end up in a place like that. So I could probably figure out how to survive without ever getting a job ever again, to be honest. There are people who dropped out of high school who are like millionaires now. I look at like YouTubers. There's a YouTuber, his name is Aaron Hansen. He's Egoraptor. He's part of Game Grumps. You guys have probably heard of Game Grumps. He dropped out of high school. He just stayed at home. He made webcomics. And then he made little animations and he posted them on YouTube. He's a multi-millionaire now, running his own business. So it's like, okay, obviously he didn't need high school. Obviously he didn't need to get good grades in high school. Oh, but what you do, I do. Like, give me a break. There's so many opportunities out there. Nobody cares about what happened in high school. So high school doesn't matter. I shouldn't have stressed out so much in high school, trying to get these good grades. Having this existential crisis of, oh, what am I going to do after high school? I shouldn't have done any of that. Because you're going to turn 18 anyway. You're going to become an adult anyway. You're going to be past the age of high school anyway. So once you get to that point, then you figure out life. What do you want to do? Oh, the thing you want to do when you're like 25 requires a high school diploma? Just get your GED. If that's not good enough, take a couple of college courses. Then you can put, what's your highest education level? You're not putting high school, you're putting some college. I have some college credits. That looks better than high school. Do you have your high school? No, you don't. But you have some college. That's pretty good. Most places will hire you because you have some college. In fact, you can enroll in one class a semester and then put, I'm a college student. I'm a part-time student at the college, at the community college. And people will be like, wow, you must be really studious. We'll hire you. Even though you're not. Even though you're going to probably fail that class anyway. And the thing is, once you get hired for that job, you can drop it, the day after you get hired, you can just drop out of that class at college. And, whatever, right? And then at least you got to put some college on your resume. You got hired. They think that you're better than you are, which is how you get any job, by the way. And then you don't actually have to do your college work. Are you kidding me? Or you could take one of these classes where it's like, oh, introduction to college. It's like the easiest class for me. I don't even count this as a class. I have to put time towards it, but I don't even count this as a class, to be honest. It's not like English. It's not like I have to write an essay every week. So, you know, it's like there's so much, like, you don't need high school. You don't need any of this. If you can go through high school, then sure, go for it. But it's like if you're stressing out about it and stuff, then it's not worth it. You don't need to graduate. No state has it where you need to graduate. Maybe you need to attend, but you don't need to graduate. Just fail your classes. If you fail your classes, you'll get put in special ed or something. It's totally fine. Special ed's super easy. Because they got their pays. You know, my special needs sister, who reads at a second grade reading level and who can't perform most basic tasks, she graduated high school. She graduated high school, got her diploma, has her name on it. It doesn't say special needs diploma. It says literally, this is your official high school diploma from this high school that she went to. And she didn't even go to a special needs high school. She went to a normal one where normal kids graduate with normal diplomas. So her diploma, if she somehow got the ability to hold herself together in public, then she could take that diploma and show it to an employer and get a job because she has a high school diploma. Even though there was no way for her to pass any high school class, she still got a diploma. And what did she do during her freaking classes? She did like coloring projects and like life skills stuff and whatever. There were kids in her class who were like paraplegic. They couldn't talk and they were being pushed around in an automatic wheelchair. And those kids went up and received their high school diploma, their official high school diploma from the principal, even though they weren't even capable of doing any academic work. It's like, so you gotta think like if those kids are doing it, if we're giving diplomas to those kids, then it's like none of this means anything, right? None of this means anything. If you graduate from the best school at the top of your class, it doesn't mean anything. If you get the honor roll or whatever, it doesn't mean anything. If you even pass any of your classes, it doesn't mean anything. The only thing that matters is becoming an adult and then signing up for the right programs to get proper accommodations. That's what it is. I don't have a job. They're still feeding me because I got food stamps. I'm not contributing to society at all. I'm totally capable of doing it. I'm not. They're giving me food stamps. They would have given me unemployment too if I didn't screw it up. And then it's like easy peasy at that point, you know? Life's so easy. Like I said, you live with somebody else. You both have an income. It doesn't mean work a job, but that's the easiest way of getting income is to work a job, but you both have an income. And then life's easy peasy at that point. It's like, what are you doing? Life's so easy in this first world. The way that it's set up is that, you know, if you can get by, if you can apply for the correct programs, get in, which sometimes it takes a while to get in, but you just keep pushing it. There's strategies for that. And then you live frugally, so you don't spend all of your money on restaurants and nice cars and everything like that. Then you're good to go. You're gonna live in some crummy apartment, you know, and you're gonna have to cook your meals at home. Oh no. But you can get in a position to where you don't have to work and you don't have to leave the house at all. You get all of your groceries delivered through Amazon Fresh. You can have your rent payments for your apartment done online. You just apply for all of your programs over the phone. Get an internet connection. Water, electricity, you're good to go. And it's like, you don't need to be a millionaire. You don't need to have a degree and get a super good job. The only reason I'm doing it is because I'm disqualified for benefits. I can't do the whole anxiety thing that my ex did. So if I gotta work anyway, I might as well make a lot of money in a field that I can work part-time. That's why I'm going into radiation tech. So I can get a part-time job for that here, make like $200 a day, working for 4 hours worth of work. And then I can live my comfy life, regardless. That's like double what I was making at my last job for less hours, doing something simple. I got no responsibilities during that job. All I gotta do is know what I'm doing with the machine. Bam, bada bing, bada boom. I gotta have I gotta have like 10 textbooks worth of knowledge in my head, but I'm capable of doing that. But that's only if you want to go to college. I'm only doing it because it's gonna get me an easier life. My partner can totally take it, if I get a girlfriend or a wife or whatever in the future, she can totally take advantage of that. She can just ride off of my success. I don't care. I would want to spend a lot of time with her anyway, so I don't want her doing a full-time job. And I have to spend 8 hours a day while she's at work, just being by myself. So it's like I would want her to do that. If she can take advantage of some government program, or she can do it where she just works part-time or whatever, that's totally fine. Doesn't matter. Do stupid surveys off of Amazon Turk. Get paid like dollars. Doesn't matter. None of this matters. High school doesn't matter. There's so many things you can do in life that don't require you to have done. In fact, the only reason why good grades in high school actually mattered was if you wanted to get into a good university straight out of high school. Or you want to go to Harvard, or you want to go to Oxford or Cambridge, or any of those prestigious universities. Then you need to have a 4.8 GPA, and you need to have 1,000 hours of volunteer work and 3 extracurricular activities, and you need to be passionate about your degree that you're going towards, because you're going to need to write a 10-page thesis about it for the college admissions board. It's like screw you. Like, I'm not doing that. Oh. Even if I wanted to get into, even with my mediocre grades in high school, I was able to get into a Cal State school, into a Cal State university, straight out of high school. They accepted me. I didn't get no scholarships for it. I got like some low-income grantor for it or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, it's like, even then I didn't need to try that much. I stressed out about it a lot. But in the end, it didn't matter. I could have just gone to the community college that's across the street from me, and they would have accepted me if I had failed high school. If I had failed high school, the local college would have still accepted me. So it's like it didn't matter at all. In fact, I know a lot of like the drug addicts from not drug addicts, but like a lot of the bum loser kids who took all the dumb people classes and didn't try it all during high school. I know they went to the community college that's across the street from me. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe they dropped out, whatever. But by the time you're out of high school, it's like none of this actually matters. That's the thing. Society likes to do this thing with every aspect of it, of your life, where they make things a lot more important than they make things seem a lot more important than they actually are. Oh, you better go be careful. You gotta get good grades in high school, otherwise you're gonna be working at McDonald's. Guess what? I could have dropped out of high school and I wouldn't be working at McDonald's. I could have dropped out of high school and become a millionaire. I could have dropped out of high school and started my own business. I could have dropped out of high school and still went to college. That's how unimportant high school was. But everybody was like, oh, you gotta get straight A's. You gotta take all the honors advanced classes. I don't even know why I took honors and advanced classes, to be honest. It was such a waste of time. It was such a waste of time. It was more stressful than it needed to be. It didn't actually teach me anything. School doesn't actually teach you anything. You just go through the motions. So it doesn't matter. In fact, nobody cares what high school you graduated from. Nobody cares what freaking, like, how good you did. In fact, a lot of people don't even care what college you graduated from. If you graduated from, like, just some regular college, nobody cares. The only time you get to brag about it is if you went to, like, some really prestigious college. Oh yeah, I'm a Harvard graduate. I'm a Cambridge graduate. And even then, most people don't even care because it just flies over their head. They're like, they just look at you and they're like, God, how pretentious. Like, you spent like $250,000 for tuition just to go there, just to say that you graduated from Harvard. What'd we do? And then who's gonna hire you? Like, when are you ever gonna be in a situation to where you needed to have gone to a good college? It's like, you're never gonna be. Thing is, if I go here and I get I'm going to some no-name online school in another state. And the thing is, when I graduate from here, it's not gonna have mattered for my job. Because I'm going to fucking New Zealand anyway. I'm leaving the country. I'm probably gonna just leave the country, to be honest. If I can get a job in another country, I'm probably just leaving the country. But that's like 3 years out. So anyway, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever. As I'm just gonna leave the country. They're not gonna ask me, oh, what college did you graduate from? I'm gonna, if they ask me, I'm gonna tell them. And they're gonna be like, oh, okay. Like, all they care about is that you did it. They don't care, like, where, oh, I graduated from Harvard. No, they don't care. For this job, are you kidding me? If I was getting a job, the thing is, the only jobs that actually care about what your high school grades were, or that care about what prestigious college you graduated from, are probably jobs that most of us aren't even gonna get. They're probably like, you know, oh, I'm gonna work for Google, or I'm gonna, like, you know, I'm gonna be like a top lawyer, or I'm gonna work as like a neurosurgeon at, like, you know, the most prestigious hospital in New York, or something like that. Like, these aren't jobs that most people are gonna get. You know, maybe, like, you know, like, everybody in high school and even in college, they're all stressing out about their grades. Maybe 1% of those people will actually get jobs where their grades and what college they went to actually matter. Maybe 1%. And that's still a maybe. For the rest of us, 99% of people out there, none of this matters. It doesn't even matter. Like, most low-end jobs around here don't even care that you finished high school, to be honest. If you finished high school, they certainly don't care what grades you got. In fact, if you put, like, what grades you got, if you say, like, oh, I got straight A's, and you tell that to freaking, like, you know, whoever's hiring, then they're gonna think you're just pretentious. They're gonna think, like, oh, that's the only good thing they have to describe about themselves, that's why they're telling me. Whereas if you just go to a job and you say, like, hey, I'm hardworking, I'm patient, and I'm caring and understanding, and I'm a good team player, then they're gonna be like, well, okay, you said all the correct things, you're hired. That's all they're gonna do. That's all any job does. Because the reality of it is they just need human bodies to fill. Jobs just need human beings to fill their positions. They need human beings who are agreeable, who are gonna do things that they want them to do. They need slaves. You don't ask a slave what their qualifications are when you hire them to work on your ranch. And I've explained to you guys before, that's what being in the workforce is you're a slave. I'm figuring out a way to be less of a slave. That's why I'm doing all this. But back in the 1700s, when we had black slaves working on plantations, did they ask if those guys could read and write? Did we ask if those guys could get good grades in the classroom setting? No, it wasn't important then. And the thing is, I can tell you guys from experience, that's not important now. It's not important at all now. The only thing in life is that we need bodies to fill. Bodies to fill positions in the workforce. It doesn't matter what kind of job you're doing. If you get a job where you need to have a little know-how in the first place, then you're probably gonna be somebody who has the ability to get good grades in the first place. The thing is, if you don't have the ability to get good grades in the first place, you're not going to be comfortable spending the next 40 years working a job where your intelligence is being tested every day. If that makes sense to you guys, like you have to understand, most jobs don't require you to be intelligent. And so they'll hire any bozo out there who can, move their arms properly to perform the task required. His high school grades don't matter. The employee that you're hiring the employer who's hiring you doesn't care. They don't care what grades you got in high school. They don't care if you went to college. They don't care what college you graduated from. All they care about is that you have the capability to do the job. And the thing is, if you need to have, a lot of book smarts in order to do the job, then and you aren't capable of doing that, or you have a really hard time doing that in high school, chances are that's not the job for you. Chances are you're not going to end up becoming, if you're in high school failing every class, or you're in high school struggling to keep your grades up, then chances are you're not going to be able to do that in college. Because even I'm struggling with freaking college. It's just too much. But chances are you're not going to do that in college. And chances are you're certainly, even if you can survive both high school and college by some miracle, then even though you weren't that kind of person, then when you get a job that requires any amount of intellect, you're probably not going to do it. And you're probably going to have to BS your way through every single day, and you're going to hate doing it for 40 years. But guess what? By the time you get that job, you'll have the choice whether to keep that job or not. You'll have the choice as to whether to say, hey, this job isn't for me. That's the thing. I'm never going to become like a neurosurgeon. I'm never going to become a lawyer. I'm never going to become, a doctor or, an engineer or any of these other jobs that require, this vast amount of knowledge. I'm just simply I'm not the kind of person to get that kind of knowledge. I'm the kind of person who can look at something and adapt to a situation and solve it objectively. That's the kind of person I am. But even I realize that that's more than a lot of other people. If you're the kind of person who isn't that intelligent, then you're not going to get a job that requires intelligence. You're going to get a job where you're given a clear list of instructions and you perform those instructions, and that's it. Following instructions. That's all you're going to do. And the thing is, if you're not capable of following instructions, then you'll get put on government welfare. And you'll just get free government money because the society says you're too dumb to work or whatever, right? Which is totally fine. Honestly, I respect that more than people who are just mindlessly slaving away at their jobs, to be honest. Because at least those people are free. At least those people, they get an income from the government, and they can do whatever they want. They want to play video games? Sure. They want to actually try to learn something? Go for it. You have all the time in the world. You have all the freedom in the world. Honestly, I wish I could qualify for being dumb enough to be on government benefits, to be honest. I would prefer that than being of a respectable intelligence. And that just basically means, well, now I gotta go work and help society. This is all so stupid. This whole process of having to go to work is so stupid in the first place. Because the thing is, who are we working for? We're working for millionaires to make them even richer millionaires. That's all we're doing. And then we get a little bit of that trickling down to us in the form of a paycheck, and that's what allows us to eat and pay rent. But not even talking about that. It's just high school doesn't matter. My whole point with this is that high school didn't fucking matter for me. It doesn't. All that stress that I went through, all of those sleepless nights where I was up until 4 a.m. writing essays and taking 5-hour energy drinks just so that I wouldn't collapse the next day at school. None of that was worth it. Because I could have just taken dumber classes. I probably could have landed myself in special ed if I really tried, honestly. I'm not good at like faking that sort of thing, but for those of you out there who are like teetering on that edge, like, all the power to you to get the accommodations you need to get through it. And honestly, like, special ed isn't that bad. You got a couple bad people in special ed, you get that everywhere, but other than that, it's like most people in special ed, and again, I have experience because I have a special needs sister, so I'm more intimately involved in that program, in like the workings of that program. Special ed is just, it's just like people with learning disabilities. They don't talk so good. They don't smarts so good. They're given work that they themselves are capable of, whether that's high school level or lower. And they just make an attempt to do it. They either can do it or can't do it. I know that some special needs kids, you know, can't even show up to school most of the time. So every time they do show up, it's an attempt. And then, you know, we'll see how far they get, but take it easy. And then they're like, nah, I can't do this. And you're like, okay, we're not requiring you to do this. We're just seeing what you're capable of. And if they're not capable of doing the work, then so be it. At the end of the 4 years, we'll still hand them their high school diploma. That's what special ed is. And with that high school diploma, you can still go work at the grocery store. I'm sure there are plenty of former special needs kids who are now adults who are working at the grocery store. In fact, to be honest, that's probably the only job that they're capable of working, is working at the grocery store or working, you know, as a fast food cashier. You guys have probably seen it before when you go out, like the occasional like special needs worker, and you can tell they're special needs. It's like cool. There's a place for them in society. There's a place for everybody in society. It's just based off of what you're capable of. And there's no shame in that. There's no shame if you're dumber than the rest of us. There's no shame in that. Because the thing is, your intelligence isn't reflective of how much you can enjoy life. It's simply not. In fact, I know a lot of special needs kids who are way happier than the average adult. I see them, you know, like my sister will go to these baseball games and there's special needs, you know, Special Olympics or whatever. And she'll like participate in the special needs like baseball or whatever other sport. And she'll, you know, it'll be with other special needs kids who you can tell they're clearly not capable of doing anything. They couldn't play this real sport, they can't play competitively, but they're just out there just running around, hitting the ball if they can. You know, these guys are in their 20s to their 30s, and you still gotta place the ball on the tee for them, and they swing their plastic bats and the ball goes like 3 feet. And then everyone's still cheering for them, and they're just happily giggly, like, you know, going off or whatever. They're having a blast. They're having fun. They're having fun like that. And I've seen other kids like that who grow up to be adults who, like, they obsess about their hobbies. You know, I've shown you guys, like, that Factorio game where it's like you can't even tell what's going on the screen. There are some autistic kids who like obsess about that and who spend thousands and thousands of hours just enjoying that sort of stuff. Those guys are happy. Are they dumber than the rest of society? Yeah. Are they not capable of doing anything productive or anything to contribute to this world? Yeah. But they're way happier than your average adult. You compare them to somebody who goes to a cubicle and who does computer work for 8 hours a day. A code monkey, or, you know, an engineer, or somebody who, you know, just sitting at the computer just gotta type up spreadsheets. Are those guys happy? No, of fucking course not. Those guys aren't happy. They gotta drive 2 hours in traffic to get to an office job where they sit in a box for 8 hours a day staring at the computer screen doing mindless work. And then they get to sit in 2 hours more of traffic, and they get to go home and they're too tired to enjoy anything. So they just slump on the couch with a beer and they turn on the television and just watch whatever on Netflix until they fall asleep, and they get and they still get too little amount of sleep, and they wake up all groggy and tired to their alarm, and they gotta do it all again for the rest of their lives. Those people are not happy. Being capable of contributing to society does not make somebody happy. And the thing is, the more you contribute to society, the more capable you are of contributing to society, the more depressed you're gonna be. To be honest, I would rather be a nuts and bolts dumb special needs kid who is able to just laugh at everything and just giggle and have a good time running around aimlessly. I would rather be that. And to be honest, I'm sure all those cubicle workers would rather be that too, because at least those people enjoy their lives. At least those people enjoy their lives. I would take fun over intelligence any day of the year. Like 100%. It's sad what we do. It's sad the amount of suffering that capable people have to suffer through. And so whenever anyone ever tells you, like, oh, you need to contribute to society, oh, why are you too dumb to do this, oh, why can't you do this, this is such a basic thing, blah blah blah, if they're trying to shame you for being incapable of doing something, then fucking look at the special needs kids. At least you guys watching are able to form sentences and are able to, perform basic tasks in order to keep yourselves alive. Those guys can't even do that. They need helpers. They can't cook their own meals. They can't decide on what they need to eat or what to wear, or, some of those kids aren't even potty trained. That's how bad it is. And yet those are the happiest people I've ever seen in my life. Those people are so goddamn happy and see just the world as just joys and butterflies. Joy and butterflies. And it really makes you wonder, if I'm sitting here being shamed for not being capable of doing anything that a normal person should be, and I look at the average normal person and they're living that depressing hell of a life, having to work every day, do I really want to be normal? Is that really what I want to be? Because I see everybody who's not normal, everybody who's weird, or who's dumb, or who's incapable, and they're all so happy with their lives. The world is just magic to them. I'd rather be that. I'd rather choose that. I'd give up all of my IQ points in order to be happy again. I'd rather have that. And so for you guys out there who are able to choose that, choose that. Honestly, I'd rather be dumb and incapable any day of the year. Because at least you can be happy. If people say you're not capable, then yeah, fuck them. Yeah, I'm not capable. Yeah, I'm just gonna take advantage of the government. I'm just gonna be on welfare for the rest of my life. Section 8 housing, food stamps, disability benefits, the whole works. Hell, maybe the government's gotta sanction a nurse to take care of me in my bed every day. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Because guess what? At least I don't live your life. Whoever's telling me, whoever's trying to shame me of being incapable, of shame me for not contributing to society, at least I'm not like you. At least I'm not like you, who has to spend 8 to 10 hours slaving away at a job that you hate every single day until you grow old and pale. At least I'm not you. If you're the prime example of being capable and contributing to society, then I'm gonna turn and walk the other way. I'll have what they're having. Those special needs kids, those disabled people, the people on welfare, all those illegal immigrants who are given like the free stuff. I'll have what they're having. Because honestly, society treats them a lot better than they're treating you. Society's treating the leeches and the disabled a hell of a lot better than they're treating their normal, capable working people. That is 100% fact. And I've seen both sides of it to be able to tell that. I've seen both sides of it in order to staple that as fact. It's pretty pathetic, but the thing is, being capable and being able-bodied and being able to contribute to society is probably the worst fate imaginable for an American. Let me say that again. Being normal and able-bodied and able to contribute to society is the worst fate for an American person, because all that does is it condemns you to a life of slavery. That's all it does. And I'm saying that as somebody who is. I'm saying that as somebody who has been condemned to that life. God, I wish I had some disability. God, I wish I was special needs. God, I wish I wasn't capable. I wish I hadn't pushed myself to be capable. I wish I hadn't stressed out all those teenage years questioning where my place in society was going to be. I wish I hadn't. Because then maybe I would have been happy with my life like everybody else, like all those other people are. All the abnormal, disabled, special needs, welfare people. They're all living a much happier life than normal people are. That's for damn sure. I know now that if I was a teenager and I was, and somebody shamed me, because I've been shamed before, not as much as like most people get, but I've been shamed before of like, oh, what use is it that you're doing? What, you're just playing on your games all the time? When are you going to contribute to society? Why aren't you focusing on your studies? You could be getting good grades in school like your classmates. People your age are doing this and that, and you're just wasting it all away. I look at that person, I'd laugh. Good. I'm glad I'm wasting it all away. Because guess what? When I finish high school, I'm gonna continue to waste it all away. My life hasn't changed. My life hasn't changed one bit. In fact, the moments that I have to go, when I go back to get a job, and this was true when I actually had a job too. Every moment that I wasn't at work, I was at home playing video games. I was at home being a leech to society. Because that's what I want to do. That's what's going to make me happy. In fact, it would be great. I would be most happy if I somehow didn't have to work again. And then I got to just continue playing video games. If I had a disability, or if I was considered special needs or whatever, and they put me on welfare. And they said, oh, you don't have to work anymore. I'm like, fantastic. Time for my video games. Time for my luxurious life. I want to learn a new skill. I got the time for it. I want to pick up a hobby. I got the time for it. I'll go at my own pace too. I'll learn to play an instrument. Maybe I'll actually pick up the piano again. Maybe I'll take that welfare money and I'll buy myself a real piano to put in my room. And then I'll play it loud as day. While everybody else is at work, I can freaking play. I can blast that piano all day long. Man, I can blast my music. I can play my video games at full volume. I can walk around my house without fearing judgment. I can do anything I want. Oh no, but you're capable. Oh no, you're able to contribute to society. So you gotta be a slave like the rest of us. Maybe that's not my solution to that. My OBS crashed at that exact moment. Maybe that's not my solution to it, but it's a lot of people. You guys know, a lot of people who kill themselves when they're adults are people who work 9-to-5 cubicle jobs. They're capable and they're normal people. And they've slaved away for 5, 10, 20 years. And they're looking back on their lives and they've spent the majority of their lives at a computer working on Excel spreadsheets for an employer who hated them, at a job that gave them no satisfaction, but they were forced to work anyway because we all have to work, because every normal capable person has to work a job. Those are the people who kill themselves. Look at Japan. Look at Japan's statistics. There's a literal saying in Japan. There's a literal saying in Japan called karoshi, which means to die from overwork. There are people in Japan who are working themselves to death. They either work themselves to death and their bodies become so exhausted that their hearts give out, or they work themselves so much and they're not able to enjoy life, and one day they just hit a tipping point and they get to the highest floor, they get to the ceiling overlook of their office building one day after work, and they just jump off. The end. Or they go to Japan's infamous suicide forest with a rope, and they just hang themselves. The vast majority of people in Japan who are killing themselves are people who are working adults, working men and women who were capable and were normal and who got good grades in high school and got good grades in college and graduated from a prestigious college, and they got an office job that pays a lot of money, and they had to work every day. And they hate that they have to work every day, and there's no end in sight. Maybe they didn't hate that they had to work every day at first, but then 10 or 20 years of this, and it's never going to end, and their entire lives become meaningless because their entire existence is revolved around being a slave, making their boss more money. And there's no escape from it, and they go to the forest and kill themselves. Now, how many of the special needs adults in Japan do you think are doing the same thing, dying from overwork? I'll give you guys a pretty good estimate. 0. There are 0 special needs, abnormal, incapable people over in Japan who are killing themselves because they have to work. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that because they didn't have to work. They didn't have to work. Society just said, okay, you're not capable of doing it. Here's some free money. Just go live in some subsidized housing somewhere. We'll take care of you. There we go. The incapable, disabled, special needs people in Japan are a hell of a lot happier than the normal people who have to work. A hell of a lot happier. If they had statistics on this, I'm sure it would be significantly happier. In fact, that's an interesting study that should probably do. You could probably do that in Japan and then just show everybody how insane this is. If you guys are over there getting shamed, and the same is true in America. I've never seen a happier group of people than when I enter the special needs community. Never have I seen a happier group of people. Everybody who I see who's a normal working adult is either depressed or they have to distract themselves with other things to cope with the incoming depression of having to work all the time. Oh, do something that you love. You're still fucking working 8 hours a day. You're still wasting your entire life doing this. You guys gotta ask, what's the meaning of life? What is the meaning of our God-given existence on this planet? Maybe there's no meaning. But I'll tell you what I think the meaning is. I think every single one of us needs to figure out how to enjoy life as much as possible. We need to be sitting here thinking, what is gonna make us happiest? And how do we get there? what's gonna make me happiest is if I have a girl that I love around my arms and I have all the free time in the world to enjoy it with her. But the thing is, even if I could get a girl like that who wants to be with me forever, it's gonna make me the happiest. I still need that free time to enjoy with her. How do I maximize my free time now that I'm a normal, society contributing adult? Well, I could work at the grocery store to feed us, but we're probably both gonna be homeless at that point. Maybe that's not a good situation. Whatever. Let's try another avenue. I can get a part-time job as a college graduate, and I can make a buttload of money in some niche field that's in demand, and move to a country with free healthcare, so I don't have to worry about that. And then boom. You know, I gotta work 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. Oh no. Or I gotta work on the weekends. Oh no. But then the vast majority of my time is gonna be free, and I'm gonna get to spend it with her. That's all I want. That's all I want. And I'm already used to working, so I can just do that. But so I'm fine with 4-hour shifts, or even 8-hour shifts, as long as it's not that much. But I understand the reality of, if I were to work 8-hour shifts, which, by the way, guys, is the majority of a day. If I were to work 8-hour shifts, 5 days a week, as most normal people do, then that free time to enjoy with my partner would not exist. Being a normal, contributing adult is the worst fate that you could possibly have. It doesn't matter what prestigious college you went to. It doesn't matter what good grades you got in high school. It doesn't matter what your major is. It doesn't matter that you became a freaking doctor or a lawyer and you're making gobs of money every year. None of that matters, because you're still gonna have to go to work for 8 hours a day. I don't care if you love your job and it's the best place on earth, you still gotta go to it 8 hours a day, and you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. You have to do this until you die, or until you reach the age of retirement, which, guys, if you're my age or younger, we're not retiring. The retirement age just keeps going up and up and up until, until we're gonna die of old age sooner than we're gonna get to retire, most likely. So we work until we die, 8 hours a day, every single day, until you drop dead. And it's terrible, and it's the worst fate imaginable, and everybody has to do it. So how do you avoid that? Well, number one, don't be a normal person. Don't be a normal contributing person. If you guys have the ability to get out of this, whatever. I already disproved myself to society because I already worked a job, so I'm obviously capable of working. I'm capable of contributing, and all the Asian parents around me all the strict Asian parents are gonna use me as an example to their kids. For, oh, look at him. He likes video games just like you, but he went to college and he got a well-respected job or whatever. And I spit in their faces. I spit in the face of every parent who uses me or uses people like me as an example to try to manipulate their kids into doing something they don't want to do. I spit in their faces. They don't get to use me like that. The thing is, I'm going to be a prime example of that. And I hate it. But the thing is, besides that, don't become a normal contributing adult. Being able to contribute to society is the worst fate imaginable. As I've said repeatedly, it is the worst fate imaginable, because what that does is it condemns you to a life of slavery where you have to work a job and serve some master to make him more money. You have to follow a clear-cut set of instructions that are only there to keep you in place so he can play king of the castle at his office job, as I explained the other day, that people aren't realizing. King of the castle. He's just up there and he's manipulating. He has each and every one of you on a string. Each of you sitting there in the cubicle typing up spreadsheets. Your work has no value. Your work doesn't do anything for society except for make your boss more money. That's all it does. It makes your boss more money. He can buy his second jet. He can buy a private jet. He can buy a third swimming pool in his fourth vacation house in his fifth foreign country as he has citizenship in. And he can take all the vacation time he wants. Meanwhile, if you go over 5 sick days, you're fired. So, like, you're gonna be a part of that? Like, we're gonna be a part of that? Like, even what I'm doing, I'm gonna be an X-ray person at a hotel or at a hospital. I know I'm making the hospital money. I know I'm making the medical insurance people money. I know that. I know I'm serving a worse cause. But the thing is, this is probably the best outcome for me. Because if I can get a part-time job with that gig and they're willing to pay me gobs of money for it, then I can use that to survive. And then I can use all the free time that I have now to enjoy my life, to enjoy the rest of my life. If I gotta work, might as well make it easy on myself. But making it easy on myself doesn't involve getting a college degree or anything like that, because the vast majority of people who have college degrees are still suffering. They still gotta go to an office job. Maybe they're not doing Excel spreadsheets for $15 an hour, but they're probably doing something similar for a similar pay. I don't care if you're making $20,000 a year or $100,000 a year. It doesn't change the fact that you're still gonna slave away at your job until you die. It doesn't change that at all. It doesn't change, your education level doesn't change. Your grades in high school don't change that. Your grades in college don't change that. What college you went to doesn't change that. The only way to escape from this hellish landscape that is the working world is to either be abnormal and disabled, so you can't contribute to society, to become an entrepreneur and somehow hit it rich, or to win the lottery. Those are the only 3 ways to escape this hellish society. And the thing is, for me, option 4 is just to reduce the amount of working hours so that I can, as low as possible, to where I can still survive. Where I can still survive and take care of my girl, who doesn't exist yet, but but eventually she will exist, and I will wrap her around my arms, and I will never let go, except for when I have to go to work 4 hours a day. So, as long as I can make enough money for me and her to live, then at as little amount of hours as possible working a job, then that's what I'm gonna do. And if I gotta leave the country for that, so be it. If I gotta work part-time during the evening, so be it. If I gotta do this or that, so be it. Whatever. Okay. It doesn't matter anymore. It's like, I don't know. I hate it, but that's sort of the system that we have. And like I said in an earlier stream, we need to completely overhaul the economic system and put a strict government control on it. And we can't go halfway with it either. We need to go full communism. The thing is, we need to go full communism with the right accommodations for everybody. But we're not doing that. We're never going to do that. Because every change in this country is so slow that it's never going to happen, and the rest of the world is on board with this system because every country has rich people who are taking advantage of everybody else. Globalism, whoopie-doo. So, you can't change the system, but you can work around it. And the number one way to work around it is to take advantage of the accommodations that are already there. Welfare, disability benefits, food stamps. All of these things save you money and reduce the amount of time that you have to work. If I didn't have food stamps, I'd have to get a job sooner because I would be eating through more of my savings just to feed myself. I'm taking advantage of that. Even when I do get a job, I'm not going to have to work as much because I'm going to have food stamps to pay for my food for me. Fantastic. I can afford to not work as much, which means I can have more time at home to spend dicking around on the computer. That's all I want to do. My ex took advantage of it even further. She got anxiety benefits, right? She went to the therapist and she said, hey, I have anxiety. And she tried to get it fixed or whatever, right? And she didn't. Obviously, that wasn't the plan. And so they're like, okay, okay, well, obviously you can't perform basic functions in society because you have this disability. So here we'll put you on government welfare, SSDI, I think, or SSI, Social Security Insurance, or Social Security Disability Insurance, one of those. I forget which one she got, but anyway, I'm using her as an example because this is like the one real world example. Like, other people have done this online, but this is like the one real world example to where I've actually seen it work with my own eyes, which I'm still in disbelief that this thing actually works. But she just claimed she had anxiety. She did have a bit of anxiety, but she really played it up, and she and they tried to fix her, and she isn't fixable, and so she got benefits, and so she got an income. They paid her like $600 a month, I think. She lives in a pretty rural area, so cost of living isn't that high. But she got $600 a month. She qualified for Section 8 housing, which takes a third of your income to pay for rent. So her rent was like $200 on a studio apartment. She got food stamps, so she didn't have to pay for her food. And then she has $400 extra every single month to do whatever she wants with. She bought herself new clothes. She bought herself a gaming computer. I think later she bought herself a car. And she hasn't worked a day in her life. She hasn't worked a day in her life. In fact, she barely graduated high school. But the thing is, to be on these government benefits, you didn't even need to graduate. She didn't even need to graduate high school. I don't even know why she graduated high school, to be honest. If she was just gonna do this. But it's just whatever. She just went through the motions. It wasn't like an impossible task for her. Plus, she got to go to online school, so the whole time because of her anxiety. That was another thing. Although she didn't have strict parents, so. But yeah. So she's an example of somebody who completely gamed the system. She completely took advantage of it, and she cheated. And she cheated in life, and she got to a point where she didn't have to work anymore. She didn't have to work. Her high school grades didn't matter. I think she failed a few classes even, but they still gave her her diploma. Whatever. They don't care. And even if she didn't get her diploma, she got disability benefits anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. The government's not like, oh, we're not giving it to you if you don't have your high school diploma. They wouldn't do that. There's so many people on disability benefits right now who aren't intelligent enough to do that. That's why they have a disability. Or they have a disability, so that's why they're not able to get it. So the government doesn't discriminate against that. You don't need your high school diploma to get an income. You just need some way to game the system. And the thing is, if you guys out there, you can think about all this after. It doesn't matter. You become an adult. You freaking go into a situation you like, and then you transition into it. I know my ex, she was living with her mom when she was not an adult, but then as soon as she turned an adult, she got her disability benefits, and she had been a little proactive about it, but she got her benefits, and then she got the housing, and then within 4 months after her 18th birthday, she left, and she got her own place. She's in her own apartment, a big spacious studio apartment. She has an income. She can do whatever she wants. She's getting her food paid for by food stamps. You tell me that's not a dream among this generation, to be able to turn 18 and then to be able to get your own place. Normal, capable people who are able to contribute to society aren't allowed to get an apartment on their own at 18. They can't afford that. You work at McDonald's 8 hours a day, you can't afford that. And yet my ex, who isn't working a day in her life, was just given that. Why? Because she faked a disability. And she faked it too. Imagine what people get for having the real disability. It's it's so easy. The society is so... The one good thing about the society is that they cater towards the disabled. They cater towards people who aren't able to work. You're not just going to be dished and be, sent to the street. You're going to be given an income, a disability income. You're going to be given You're going to be given food stamps. You're going to be given a cheap apartment that you only have to pay so much for, which is well within your means once you have that income. And then you get free like medical insurance too. You know, my ex had some dental work that she needed done. It was all free for her. I think she had to pay out of pocket for some things, but her income, she was able to, that extra $400 a month, she was able to save up for like some of the more advanced dental work. Like free medical stuff. She went to the hospital once, completely free visit on her medical insurance, because the government gave her that medical insurance that's the Obamacare that basically says like, yeah, we know you can't afford to pay this, so we're just going to give it to you for free, and we're going to build a government for it. And the government's like, yeah, we'll pay for this one person. So you don't have to be a contributing member of society. Are you kidding me? If people like her, who are just absolutely evil, are able to get like free stuff, then anybody can do it. Like, it's so easy. Like, I could have done it. I didn't do it, but I could have done it, you know? To be honest, I should have. But it was like, I would have had to go through all these hoops and hurdles and whatnot. It would have been just... It was really, in my position, it was really hard for me to get to that point, so, you know. But, I mean, the thing is, I don't mind working, but, yeah, anyway. It's like, for those of you out there who are, oh, you hate yourselves because you're not good enough or whatever, it's like, fuck it. Like, honestly, like, who cares? Like, oh, you're not good enough. You're not good enough to contribute to society. Oh, you're disabled. Oh, you're never gonna be able to contribute because you're too dumb, or you're not healthy enough to do anything or whatever. Great. I say 2 thumbs up to that, honestly, because what that does is it guarantees you a better, more comfortable life than anybody who is normal, than anybody who is capable. Because like I said before, being normal and capable and able-bodied and contribute to society, that is the worst fate that you could ever wish upon somebody. Because that means that you have to slave away. We don't live in some third world country where you're gonna get tossed aside and starve on the streets because you're disabled. We don't live in a freaking like authoritarian society anymore to where that happens. You rewind 100 years, yeah, that probably would have happened. Good thing we don't live in that anymore. Good thing that we live in a society where we're rich enough to actually take care of our disabled people. And so because we are, people are able to be disabled. They're allowed to be. And they're taken care of despite that. So like, who cares? Okay, no, the question is, why, if you're not able to contribute to society, why should you care? Everyone around you cares, sure. Why should you care? Why does it matter to you? What does it even mean to contribute to society? You guys think about that. What does it mean to contribute to society? Oh, well, you're helping people out. Sure, basic answer. I'll break it down for you guys, because I don't want to do this homework. I'll break it down for you guys, though. Contributing to society, quote unquote, in the very simplest terms you can understand, means getting a job, okay? What does it mean to have a job? What does your job do? Because people will say like, oh, you got a job, finally you're contributing, you're participating in society, whatever. Right, what is society? Society is a collective of people, okay? It's your community. You're helping your community. And the thing is, this would, on a very basic terms, this would be, you know, applicable. You think of like a small village of 10 people. One person makes the beds, one person builds the houses, one person collects clean water for the village, one person, you know, cooks the food, another person hunts for the food for the cook to cook, one person makes clothing, you know, whatever, right? Everybody has their role and everybody's contributing. Fantastic, right? You're contributing to that community. You're contributing to society. By doing that in a 10-person village where every single person has a role to do and has a job to do, then that remains true. Now look at America. There's 500 million people. 500 million people. That's a 5 with 8 zeros after it. You guys can't even imagine how many people that is. 500 million people in this country. You guys can't even imagine. You guys can't, if I tell you picture 500 million people, you guys run out of space in your minds trying to picture that. It's not a concept anybody can fathom, that a number that high. The vast majority of those people are contributing to society. You have 1 million people making clothes, 1 million people, you know, running the water system, 1 million people making, you know, or 1 million truck delivery drivers, 1 million people working at Amazon to ship out your packages, 1 million people doing this and that or whatever, right? Sure, whatever. Now ask yourselves this question, okay? I want you guys to think about this. I want you guys to think about this for a second, okay? Is society functioning when you aren't working a job? Is society functioning when you're not working a job? You know, back at that village example with the 10 people, if the person who was you know, building the houses quits his job, well, now nobody's building houses. Now nobody's building houses, and we don't have a roof over our heads to sleep. So we're going to try to encourage that guy, hey, you got to keep building our houses. Come on, we'll cook your food for you. We'll get clean water for you. We'll give you clothes. We got to build our houses for us. In that example, yeah, when the builder of the houses or any other person in that village, when one person quits their job, society stops functioning, because we can't continue if we don't have houses. We can't continue if we don't have clean water. We can't continue if we don't have a tailor to make our clothes. You guys understand that? How about in real life, though? How about in real life? I'll ask the question again. When you aren't working a job, can society still function? You guys who aren't working a job, who are unemployed, you guys look out the window right now. Is the world still spinning? Are humans any more inconvenienced right now than they would be if you were working a job? The answer is no. Or the answer to my question, can society function without you working? The answer is yes. The society can continue to function if you aren't working. Look at me. I haven't had a job since March. I haven't worked since March. That's like half a year. Or more than that. It's like 8 months. I haven't worked a job for almost a full year, okay? Is the world still spinning outside my window? Yeah, it is. The world is still spinning outside my window. Whoopie-doo. If I go get a job, will the world continue to spin at the same frequency as it did before? Yeah, it will. So does it actually, so here's the question. If society is still running when I don't have a job, then doesn't matter if I do get a job. It doesn't matter if I do contribute to society. The answer is no. It doesn't matter if you get a job. It doesn't matter if you contribute to society. It doesn't matter what kind of job you get. It doesn't matter if you don't get a job at all. It doesn't matter. The world will keep spinning. Society will keep moving. Nobody's gonna die. Nobody's gonna go hungry because you didn't work at McDonald's. Nobody's gonna, nobody's gonna suffer because you didn't become a doctor. Nobody's gonna do this. Why? You guys, this is a very basic concept. Whatever job you were going to get or whatever job you could get, there's 500 million people in this country who could also have that job. That's it. Whatever job you could get, there's 500 million other people who could just simply replace you at that job. You work at the grocery store? Well, nobody's being inconvenienced if you don't, because they'll just hire somebody else. You guys are going to become something great like a doctor? Well, we have plenty of doctors. We'll just promote one of those, you know, the general doctors into like a hospital position. What we do? In fact, being a doctor is a pretty competitive field too. You're gonna be super smart for that. Smarter than me, that's for sure. But you know, being a lawyer, we got way too many lawyers. Are you kidding me? If I look up, you know, hiring a lawyer for any one of my any potential issue that I could have that requires a lawyer, I get a page of like 100 different lawyers in my county for whatever issue I have. Whether it's small claims or criminal defense or, you know, or suing somebody or whatever. There's too many lawyers. So you're going to become a lawyer? Well, you're not contributing. In fact, you're taking away from another lawyer's potential income. You're taking away from a doctor's potential income. Maybe there's some teenager out there who really needs a grocery store job, but you took his slot. So you guys got to think now. Contributing to society, being normal and able-bodied in order to do a job, it doesn't matter if you're able to do that job. It doesn't matter if you're able to, if you know you're actually going to go get that job. It doesn't matter if you contribute to society, because society will still function even without you. Especially if you work at like a company. If you work at a company, like let's say you go work at Coca-Cola, and you're the person in the factory checking all the cans of Coke, making sure that the right ones go in whatever. Somebody else could work that job in the first place, but more importantly, who are you making money for? Who are you contributing to? When you work for a company and you do tasks that make the company money, whether you're working at a Coca-Cola factory or whether you're working in an office of like a logistics company, or whether you're, you know, whether you're being a delivery driver and delivering goods that people bought off of Amazon, whatever it is, who are you contributing to? Are you contributing to the general society? No. And technically you are, but somebody else could do your job. They'll just do it a little slower. Right, because maybe there's not enough people to do it or whatever. But who are you really contributing to? You are contributing to the owner of the company. If you work for Amazon, then Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, is the one who's profiting off of you. If you make the company, let's say you're a delivery driver for Amazon, okay? You go out and you make the company $100 because of your work today. They'll pay you like 50 because that's your wage. Where's that other $50 go? You know, a company made $100 from your work and you get 50 of it. Where's that other 50 go? It goes in Jeff Bezos's pocket. He gets $50 because you worked for him. He gets $50, and that's even after he paid you. He gets profit. That's why he's the second richest person on the planet. Because he made so much money because his company is so large and there's so many workers that are making money for him. You would go work for Elon Musk at one of his Tesla companies, right? You need a college degree for that. You need a college degree, you gotta know engineering, and you gotta make the cars for him. He's the richest man on the planet. And every amount of profit that you make him that isn't being paid towards you, it goes into his pocket. When you work for a company, or when you work, and you know, this applies to every single company. When you work for a company, when you work for a corporation, or you work for anything, you are making money. Your work is, the work that you do makes money for your boss, or it makes money for the company owner. You're not doing anything to help people. You're not doing anything to help society. You're simply pushing that company. You're simply increasing that company's profits and making the company owner richer. You yourself are making money for sure, but your work is contributing first and foremost to making a millionaire even more of a millionaire. That's what you're doing. That's why it's slavery. Because your work is not, you're not reaping all the benefits of your work. And you're not really helping anybody out. If you get a job at Coca-Cola and then you decide one day, hey, I don't want to contribute to society, I'm gonna quit Coca-Cola. And then you quit Coca-Cola and everybody else does too, and Coca-Cola goes out of business. Oh no, people aren't able to get their Coke products. People aren't able to drink Coke or Sprites or Barks root beer anymore. Oh, what a shame. Guess what? There's a lot of other companies there to replace them. Oh no, everybody's gonna have to start drinking Pepsi products now. What a bummer. Sierra Mist? Oh no. Why did Coca-Cola have to go out of business? You see, nobody cares. Nobody cares, right? This doesn't matter. If you work for a private company, which most people do because it's America, even if you don't get a job at that company, and because of that, that company fails, there's a dozen other companies to replace whatever work that company did. So it doesn't matter that you didn't contribute to society, or you didn't contribute to a company, or you didn't contribute in any facet. Because we have so many goddamn people in this country that are working that will just simply replace you. So any one person, in fact, any group of like 1 million people who exit the workforce, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because for every person that quits or that doesn't work, you have 1 million more who could replace them. So it doesn't matter. In fact, we're at a point in society where we need to create jobs in order to find something for people to do. So in a sense, there's none of this contribute to society. That's such a moot argument. It's so pointless, because in reality, you don't need to contribute to society. There is nothing that you could be doing for a job that will actually benefit anybody. Nothing that you do for a job, nothing that I do for a job, nothing that anybody anywhere ever does for a job, for one job, will benefit anybody else if they were to continue working. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You look at any one person and they could quit today and they could just retire early, and it won't matter in the grand scheme of things. In fact, it won't even matter on a small scale. Nobody's going hungry because that person quit. Nobody's company is losing business because that person quit. Nothing's ever happening, right? Especially for those of us who aren't going to become like world changers, unless you're doing the only situation where this doesn't apply and where I could be proven wrong is if you're going to do something that changes the world. If you're going to go out there and be like an environmentalist and go like start a company that like goes to save the trees or something, I don't know, like you're gonna stop the forest fires in South America or something, and you found out some technology, you develop a technology that could do that, whatever. Or you're an activist and your work happens to change the minds of powerful people, or you become a powerful person and you make decisions that'll affect millions, like you become a politician or something, I don't know. If you're doing something that is that high stakes and it's that at that high of a level, then yeah, you not doing it will actually affect society, and you doing it will contribute to society. But the thing is, the truth of the matter is, the vast majority of us aren't going to be doing that. If you're sitting here watching freaking streams on YouTube, you're not going to be doing that sort of life-changing work. You're going to be going out there and working whatever job you can in order to make ends meet. That's all you're going to be doing. That's all I'm going to be doing. That's all the majority of us ever do. And so because of that, because none of us are going to go out there and change the world with our work, then we're not contributing to society in the way that the definition requires, right? It's not in the way that people talk about. Oh, go out there and contribute to society. My absence from society is not going to affect it one bit. I just explained why. And you guys have to understand that. if you're being pressured to contribute to society, to become part of society, blah blah blah, the truth is it doesn't matter. You could go out and, you know, freaking put on your hiking boots and go you know, go to the mountains and go live as a hermit for the rest of your life, and nobody will care. Nobody will be affected by it. And that's the great thing. It doesn't put any, because when you realize that, you know, you're not contributing to society, even if you do get a job, you're not contributing. It doesn't matter if you work or not. Nobody else is going to be affected by your work. Once you realize that, then it takes all the pressure off of you. There's no need to listen to other people. There's no need to listen to this babble about contributing to society. Who cares if I contribute to society? Society doesn't. Nobody does. It's only and so you think about it. If somebody comes to you and says, why are you such a failure? Why do you not? Why are you incapable? Why, you know, you need to contribute to society, blah, blah. You look at them and you ask yourself, why are you saying these things to me? You know, everything that I just said is completely true. You guys know that. It doesn't matter. You know, you're working, you getting a job, you being able-bodied doesn't matter at all, because you and I and everybody else, we're not contributing to society at all individually. And so you look at that person who's nagging at you and trying to shame you for not contributing, and you have to ask yourself, why are they getting mad at me? What has gotten them so angry to try to push this false narrative? And it is a false narrative. Why are they getting so angry as to push this idea onto me that I need to contribute when the idea is false, when the idea is wrong? You have to think about that, because you can't just spit back at them, you know, oh, it's not going to matter if I get a job. You know, it can't be that teenage angst, you know, whatever, right? Because I know as a teenager, I certainly would have if I heard this advice. But, you know, you probably can't spit that back, because they're going to have a million other things to say. And this kind of person, these people who nag you for this sort of stuff, they're typically manipulative, and they can form arguments or whatever. And the thing is, I can work my way around somebody's arguments like that, because I'm 27, and I can freaking and I can work my way around the conversation because I'm so passionate about this. But for you guys listening at home, you're probably not going to be able to repeat any of this to anybody else, because they just won't understand. And, you know, they'll have all these things to say, and they'll say, oh, you're just using that as an excuse to not contribute to society and blah, 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 right? So don't repeat it, but not unless you have to, but the real question here is, why is that person nagging you about this? Why are they so angry seeing you not contributing to society? And here's my theory, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this. That person isn't getting angry at you because you're not contributing to society, or because, oh, it's not, you know, whatever. They're getting mad at you because they're mad at themselves. And I'll explain this. They're mad at themselves because they see, because they're definitely 100%, they're, no matter who, you know, I can predict who's, you know, talking to you guys, if you guys are getting nagged about this. There's somebody who works 100%. There's somebody who's spending their life working a job 100%. I can guarantee that. And so you have to ask yourself, oh, well, here's the original question, why are they getting mad? They have to work and you don't. They have to work and you don't. Or they have to work a hard job or long hours, and you figured out a way to not. You figured out a way to get yourself out of that situation. Now they're having an existential crisis. Their existential crisis is over the fact that they have to slave away. They have to live their entire lives slaving away, and they have to work for 40 years of their life until they retire at some dead-end job that they don't like, and they'd rather be home being able to do whatever they want, but they have to go work instead. they have accepted this as a reality. I have to be a slave is what they've, consciously told themselves. And so when, maybe not use the word slave, but that's what it is. They've told themselves this. And so now they're looking at you, who is a prime example of somebody who won't have to do that. They're looking at you, and you are the very essence of, hey, you didn't have to be a slave, because guess what? I'm not. They're looking at you and thinking, hey, that's unfair. Why do I have to slave away but they don't? Why do I have to slave away but my kid doesn't? Or that person, or that, unemployed person doesn't? Why do I have to do work? Why do I have to go to work every day and they don't? They're angry at you, but the thing is, it comes from a personal, it comes from within. They are mad at themselves for submitting to a society that has told them to work. They are able-bodied and they're normal, quote unquote, and so they have to, quote unquote, contribute to society. That's the idea that's been peddled onto them. And now they're looking at you. They're seeing, hey, here's this person who doesn't have to do that. Here's this person that doesn't have to suffer through life as I do. Who doesn't have to be, who isn't normal like I am. Who isn't, who doesn't have to do these things like I do. And like I said before, being a normal, able-bodied person who's able to contribute to society is the worst fate you could put onto somebody. And here's somebody who has had that fate put onto them. Of course they're angry. But they're angry at themselves. But the thing is, they don't process that anger at themselves. They just, in a way to defend themselves as a defense mechanism, they're going to be too ashamed to admit that, hey, I'm going to waste my whole life doing something I didn't have to. So instead of that, they're going to project it onto you. They're going to just simply get angry at you. Why don't you have to work a job? Turns into, why don't you work a job? Why don't you contribute to society? You need to contribute to society. Where's that need coming from? You think about that word, you need to. Where's that coming from? Why does anybody need to do anything? This person nagging you says you need to because they within themselves think that they need to. I need to do it, and so therefore other people need to do it too. Everybody around needs to do this so that I'm not the only one suffering here. If nobody else has to do it, then why do I have to do it? Because you guys think about chores, okay? You guys think about chores and like the sink's full of dirty dishes, okay? Everybody has decided to chip into, or you, not even that, but the sink's full of dirty dishes. Why do I have to do the dishes? Why is it always me that has to do the dishes? Why doesn't there's other people in this house? Why am I the only one who has to do the dishes? And then they get mad at everybody else for not contributing to society, for not contributing towards the dishes or whatever. It's the same thing. It's not even the same thing. It's completely different. It's completely different because the thing is, it's completely separate from that. But it's that same mentality. You guys understand the same mentality. I shouldn't have to suffer doing the dishes all the time. Therefore, other people should be doing them instead. But the thing is, in the form of a job, if you think about a job instead, nobody has to work. Nobody has to do jobs. But this person nagging you has to do a job anyway. They think they have to do a job. They're telling themselves they have to work. So, they're telling they're telling themselves that they have to work. And because that's the idea that's been pushed into them this whole time. And so, in order to justify that within their minds, they're pushing that need. They're pushing that, onto other people. She's gonna jump on my laptop. They're basically saying, like, I've needed to do this, therefore you need to do it, because I've been taught my whole life that human beings need to work all the time. Guess what? There's so many human beings out there who aren't working and who don't need to work. They retired early because they saved up enough money. They won the lottery. They're on disability benefits and government welfare, or they're simply millionaire entrepreneurs. It doesn't matter. There are so many people out there, or they're successful YouTubers, There's so many people out there who don't have to work. But the thing is, the majority of people need to work. And the thing is, the need just simply derives from, I don't know, I've been pushed into this fate and I don't know a way out of it. That's what it is. And these people are mad about that. These people are mad that they can't escape this. And so therefore they have to go to work and they have to bust their ass off every day. And they're looking at you who doesn't need to. They're looking at me who's been unemployed for 8 months. They're looking at the disabled person who's on government welfare. And they're thinking, well, that's not fair. That's not fair. It's not fair. It's an injustice. It's not fair that I have to work and they don't. I had to go to the office for 10 hours a day and they got to stay home and do whatever they want. They got to be, and so they think of negative things to say. They're lazy. They're, that person's lazy. They're not contributing to society. They do anything they can in order to justify their stance, in order to pressure you into working. They do anything they can to pressure you into working because they think that it's not fair that I have to suffer and they don't, so I need to make them suffer. They need to suffer so I feel better about the fact that I have to suffer. I have to go to work every day, and I'm not going to feel good about that if I come home and see somebody who's not going to work every day, because it's not fair that I have to do it and they don't. It's a 4-year-old. You're talking to children. You're talking to, and I'm not calling the receivers of this children. I'm calling the people who are complaining about this children. If you're sitting there and you see somebody who's, rich, or somebody who doesn't have to work or anything like that, and you're complaining, then you're the one who needs to change. You're the one who needs to, you're the one who needs to change their life. You don't go imposing on other people, saying like, oh, I've chosen a shitty life for myself, so therefore, everybody else has to make that choice too, right? People see this out of a necessity of people see working as a necessity, but in reality, it's not. You don't need to work. In fact, nobody needs you to work. And the thing is, you have most Americans out here, they're fighting for jobs. People are going to interviews where there are 30 applicants, and they're fighting for that one spot. And the thing is, it's ridiculous. Not only do you have to be a slave, but you gotta pay for the privilege to be it too. You have to go to college and pay for that so that you have a piece of paper that says I can be your slave. You have to go to a job interview and you have to undercut 10 other applicants for that job interview for the privilege to be a slave at this company. It's slavery. And the thing is, people not only accept it, but they push it onto others. They think, oh, this is a necessity. This is, something I gotta do. And the thing is, it's not. But at the same time, they don't realize that it's not. And so they're going to, but the thing is, they still suffer from it. And doubly so. It's totally understandable. But the thing is, they suffer, but then they try to push that suffering onto other people. It's not fair that I have to suffer and you don't. you have to suffer too. In other words, you have to get a job too. You have to contribute to society too, just like I am. Why do you not have to, but I do? From people who are more obvious about it, you've probably heard those exact lines. Why do I have to work but you don't? Why do you get to be lazy but I have to go out and be a member of society? Why do I have to go out and be productive when you're sitting at home being lazy? You know, it's those kind of arguments. And I laugh at them. It's hilarious because it's all this mental gymnastics. It's all these hoops that these people, you know, go over in their minds. It's very similar to, you know, manipulation. It is. Because I mean, it's just funny to watch because you look at it, they're trying to do whatever they can in order to cope with the fact that they have to go to work. Hey, maybe if you're not too happy about me being lazy, then why don't you just take my lifestyle, you know? Oh, that's right, you can't. You are a normal, able-bodied member of society. Maybe I am too, maybe I'm not. But I'm not choosing whatever you're doing. That's for damn sure. Because the only person who's suffering is the one who's complaining about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't complain about it. You don't complain about things that you like. You don't come home from work and say, I love working, and then complain that that this person who isn't working isn't working. You know, you don't do that if you actually love working. If you loved working, then it would be your choice to do it. But in reality, it's not their choice. Or they don't think it is. And because it's not their choice, they're forced to do it and they don't actually love to do it. When they say they love to do it, they're lying to themselves. They're lying to themselves and they're lying to other people because they are trying to justify the fact that they're forced to do this. Because if you put in a statewide rule that said, hey, we'll give you money, you don't have to work if you don't want to, it's all volunteer work now, every single one of these people would quit their job that same day. 100%. If you had the government come out and say, we'll give you all the same amount of money you were working at your job, you know, you don't have to work. It's all going to be volunteer work. They wouldn't do it. In fact, if these people won the lottery and they were millionaires, they wouldn't go volunteer. I can assure you that. Or if they would volunteer, it wouldn't be for 8 hours a day. It wouldn't even be close. Why? Because right now, they're being forced to do it. And they're being forced to do it against their will for an amount of time that they don't want to. They have to go to work 8 hours a day for their entire lives. And if they had any other way out of it, they would take it. But they don't. And so, in order to cope, they justify themselves. Oh, I'm contributing to society. I'm an active member of society. I'm helping other people with my work. You know, yada yada. You know they don't care about that. You know they don't care about that. They're trying to make a shitty situation less shitty for themselves. And they're trying to justify it by doing that. But you know what it is. And so they're trying to cope. It's just one big cope. And they're trying to, and another way they're trying to cope. And so when they come home or when they see somebody who's not working as much as they are, then another way, then they can't cope with that. They can't look at that person without realizing that, hey, maybe I don't have to work. Maybe I didn't have to work. Maybe they were born in a better situation than I was because they don't have to work, but I do. Doesn't matter what your disability is. Doesn't matter how they got that position. Maybe they won the lottery. Maybe they became an entrepreneur, millionaire, business owner. Maybe they had a disability and they get government benefits, whatever. It don't matter. What matters to them, what matters to these people, is that they have to work. I have to work and they don't. That's what matters. I have to waste all of my life and you don't. And it's sad. It's honestly sad. But their way to cope about it is to say, "Oh, that's unfair. That's an injustice. You know, it's not fair that that I have to work and they don't." And so they do anything they can to guilt you into having to work, having to contribute to society. It's laughable. It's absolutely laughable. You know, they do anything they can to guilt you, saying, "Oh, you have to work too. You have to work. You're not going to get away from having to work in the working world, blah, blah, blah." And I've given you guys examples of people who don't have to work. I've given you guys examples of people who, you know, damn near failed high school, and they're living in their own place by themselves, and they have enough money to feed themselves and do whatever they want. So no, you don't have to work. You don't have to do any of this. You don't actually have to do any of this. And everybody around you who does have to do it is gonna lie to you, and they're gonna say, "No, you have to do it. You can't avoid this. You have to contribute to society." Why aren't you contributing to society? Why aren't you thinking about your future yet? Oh, that's a great one. Thinking about your future. Are you just gonna waste your life away? No, ma'am. I think you're the one wasting your life by working 8 hours a day at a job that you don't want to go to, or that you're being forced to go to. I think you're the one who's wasting your life away. Meanwhile, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna collect welfare, live in my own place, and do whatever I want. Fantastic. Fantastic. They're the ones wasting their lives. And it's hilarious what kind of phrases they try to come up with to shame you into not wasting their lives. You know. What kind of things is somebody willing to say in order to try to cope with the fact that they have to work all the time and you don't? And it's such a repetitive argument too, because they've run out of things to say. You need to be normal. You're capable of doing it. You're able to do whatever you want. Well, I don't want to work. Well, no, you have to work. You have to contribute to society. You can't just waste your life away. What about your future? Don't you want this thing or that thing that'll make you happy, that's expensive, and you have to work? No, I don't. I'm gonna live in a house that the government pays for, and I'm gonna live and I'm gonna feed myself off of food stamps, and I'm gonna take the free health insurance that comes with that, and I'm gonna use the extra money that the welfare gives me, and I'm gonna do whatever I want with it. And then maybe if I want that expensive thing, maybe if I want a car, then I'll save up for it, because I'll have the extra money to, even though I'm not working. And they'll rage at you. Ooh, how dare you? I have to work 8 hours a day just to feed myself. It's not fair that you don't have to. It's not fair. Ugh. The cope. The absolute cope. It's these defense mechanisms in their brain. They're trying to justify their own shitty life by projecting it onto you. That's all that they're doing. That's all that any of this is. Anybody who does this is doing this in order to project their life on them, in order to project their shitty life onto you. You have to get a job because I said so. You have to get a job because it's not fair that I have to work and you don't. That's what it is. It's not fair. That's all it is. They're complaining about the fact that it's not fair. It's not fair that you get to get out of it and they don't. It's not fair that your entire life isn't consumed by it, but theirs is. It's not fair. And that's what it is. It's a toddler crying that they can't play in the sandbox too. It's a little kid crying that, the other kids get, the other kids' parents get them their favorite toys and she doesn't have it or he doesn't have it. Boo-hoo. So sad. There's a way out of this life, guys. On the surface, this life looks really shitty, but there's a way out of it. There's a way to accommodate yourself. Even if you can't escape it fully, there's ways like what I'm doing where you can get out, where you can, you can minimize the amount of impact that it has. You can minimize the amount of suffering that it has on you, but that's what it is. And like I said again, all this stuff you can figure out in the future. It's like you don't need to really do it all or whatever. But the worst thing you can do is disqualify yourselves from it. What I did to disqualify myself was I started working. If you start working a job, then the government's going to look at that and they're going to be like, oh, you can work a job. You don't have any problems with you. You were able to do it. So here, you're going to do it for the rest of your life. What we do. And it's going to be a pretty bad uphill battle from there. So I recommend you guys don't get a job. Don't work as teenagers. Because you're setting yourself up for that kind of life. And I'll tell you guys, 8 hours a day working a job, you will hate yourselves. You will hate yourselves and you will hate your life. Unless what you're doing is something you would optionally do 8 hours a day if you weren't getting paid for it. If you're the kind of person who would volunteer 8 hours a day, if you won the lottery and you would still volunteer 8 hours a day, if you're that kind of person, then by all means go for it. But if you're not, the vast majority of people aren't, then you need to secure your way out of it. Kiwi, what are you doing? Yeah, what's that smell? Yeah. Oh, she rubbed against it. That's so gross. Kiwi, no. God dang it, Kiwi. Dang it. What? You don't wink at me. Don't wink at me. Don't wink at me. Oh. Cute. Ah, she likes hanging out up here. She's so cute. Purr. Anyway, guys, as much as I complain about that, but yeah, no, that's basically what it is. You don't need to work, or if you do, eventually, then it can be like very minimally. Kiwi, you're knocking over my set. Okay, you gotta stop. That's what it is. If you guys, you don't have to work. If you do, it's gonna be very minimal. Kiwi, you gotta stop. I don't know how this is picking up on the mic. Hey, no, not, no, oh, no. No, you're gonna have to leave. Oh my god. Don't show your butt to me. Oh, stop it. No. Oh, you're gonna. There. There you go. There, yeah. Rub it. Do it against the box. Don't know what's up with her. She wants back up. But yeah, that's what it is. You guys don't have to work. Contributing to society is such a useless concept because you're not actually contributing to society. You're not benefiting anybody with working, and anybody who's contributing to society is only benefiting themselves because they're the ones earning a paycheck and they're the ones who are going to use that money for whatever they want or whatever they need or whatever. So, contributing to society is a selfish concept in that sense, or it's a twisted way to justify a selfish concept because you only work a job for yourself because you're only working a job in order to make money for yourself, and so your contributions to society don't actually matter because there's other people who will do it for you. And again, none of us are going to change the world. So there's always somebody else who's going to do it for you. Being a cashier at a grocery store, being, a manager of a business, whatever. Like, it's all, being a doctor or a lawyer. There's always somebody else who's going to do it for you. And so because of that, contributing to society doesn't matter. So anybody who uses that, it's just trying to manipulate you. It's just trying to make you feel bad because they're trying to put the spin on like, oh, you're not helping other people. It's like, first of all, like, okay, importantly, your whatever job you get isn't helping people. If you're freaking like, especially if you're working at a company, you're not actually helping anybody. The only people you're helping is your boss making more money. That's the only person you're helping. Why do I have to help somebody rich get richer? Why is that the purpose of my life? Do they deserve to be richer than me? Do they deserve to have a buttload of money and I have to waste my life in order to help them do that? Like, gee, I didn't know you thought so little of me. I didn't know that you thought my life was meaningless to where I had to do that. Because that would make your life truly meaningless, as if you worked at a company and you spent your entire life helping your boss or helping the company owner make their next $1 million. What a meaningless life that is. I'd rather shoot myself, right? At that point, you guys understand how that's meaningless, though, right? I think that's pretty self-explanatory. But anyway, so you're not helping anybody other than the company owner making money. That's your contribution to society, what we do. Even if you don't work at a company, whatever job you get, somebody else is going to do it anyway. Or somebody else could do it. Or it's just that the other people working that job will just have a little more work for each of them to do if that position doesn't get filled. And so realistically, it doesn't matter. Society still functions and the world still turns even if you're not doing anything. So your work being able to help other people isn't actually true. It's not true at all. You're really gonna waste your life away at a job where you're gonna waste your life away doing something that realistically doesn't actually help anybody. You're not saving lives. It's not like you're a firefighter or anything, saving lives. So most people get jobs, and the thing is, most people get jobs that don't actually help other people because of the fact that there are other people who will fill those shoes. If somebody walks into a store and they need help with something, then there will always be somebody there to help them. Even if there are no employees and it's just the manager will be there to help them. So none of this matters. There will always be extra employees. There will always be extra people on staff. And the thing is, if there's not enough people, if there's not enough employees to run a store or to run a business or anything like that, they'll just close their doors and say, "Hey, we're understaffed. We don't have enough for the day," and that's all it is. And then the customers who need to buy their groceries or to buy a book or to get a haircut or anything like that, they'll go to a different shop. Don't worry, guys. If they need something, they can get it at a different store. Now, if everybody who gives haircuts in town closes shop because they all quit, well, then I can just go to the next city over. It's a little inconvenient for me. Oh, whatever. Look at COVID. Look at what happened during quarantine. Most places closed. Most shops closed. People were still able to do what they needed. People were still able to get food. People were still able to run errands. They were still able to get their haircuts. There were still haircut places open. I know I got my haircut during COVID from this place that was open. And I pay them extra for it, for being open. I appreciated it. I don't care. Whatever. It's not a place I would normally go to, but it doesn't matter. I don't care that, all the normal barbershops were closed. I didn't care that all their employees were sitting at home collecting unemployment. Why do I care? I could get my haircut somewhere else. So whatever job you work, even if they're hurting without you, without those shoes being filled, whatever customers that you could possibly be helping will get the help somewhere else. They'll get it somewhere else. If the store you were going to work in or the business you were going to work for isn't able to operate and isn't able to help the customers, then the customers will just go somewhere else. People aren't going to give up. People aren't going to suffer. Nobody's letting their hair grow out because their favorite barbershop closed. No. Are you kidding me? That'd be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. If every grocery store around here closes, I'll get my groceries off Amazon. Hell, if every grocery store around here closes and Amazon shuts down and goes out of business, there are other companies who will ship groceries to me. And there are other cities that I can go to with grocery stores in them. So, where does you start contributing? You get a job. What are you actually helping? You're making it just a little bit more convenient for somebody. That's all you're doing. At the very most, you're making it a little more convenient for somebody. Are you going to waste your life working a job that you don't want to? Working long hours that you don't want to, I should say. Just so that you can make it a little more convenient for the customers? I don't think so. If you were going to be at the grocery store and it's busy and you were the second cashier and you don't show up to work, then they have one cash register open. If that person doesn't show up to work, then the manager will open a cash register and people can check out there. It doesn't matter. If there's no cashiers, people can't buy their groceries at that specific store, they'll go to a different one. If they can't go anywhere, they'll complain about it a little bit, but then they'll order their groceries off Amazon. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Saying that you're contributing to society is completely false. It's an incorrect fact. You're not contributing to society in the way that most people are describing it. Yeah, technically you are, but you're contributing to the convenience of the customers, not to their ability to do something. They gotta go to a different store. They gotta wait in line an extra 10 minutes. Boo-hoo. Why are you wasting your entire life working at the grocery store so the customers don't have to wait as long? I mean, is that really all your life is worth? I mean, are you telling me that that's all your life is that's all my life is really worth, is, to be convenience, to help out the convenience of people who don't even appreciate it? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think my life is a little more worth it than that. Because guess what? If I don't work that job, I could be at home playing video games. I could be happy. I could be spending it with my wife. I could be, making my cats happy. I could be, giving attention to my cats because I don't pay attention to them enough. I could be learning a skill for myself. I could just be enjoying playing video games. Or I could be watching YouTube videos. Stimulating my brain. That's a heck of a lot more valuable to me than being, the third cash register open at the grocery store 8 hours a day, making sure that somebody, making sure that, Miss Karen over here is able to get home quicker. I don't care. Why does anybody care? Why is anybody at the grocery store thinking that they're actually helping anybody? You're there for a paycheck. You're there for a paycheck. You're there to make money. Because they're going to pay you for doing this stuff. Great. Guess what? There are other ways to make money. In fact, there are ways to make money where you don't actually have to do anything. You can just be at home, collect welfare, disability benefits, food stamps, Section 8 housing. It's all there. Other people are taking advantage of it. There are a hell of a lot of people who don't deserve it who take advantage of it. My ex doesn't deserve it. She's totally capable of working a job. In fact, I'd say she's more capable of working a job than I am. But she leeches off the government, and she's gonna keep leeching off the government for the rest of her life. I think she's in Virginia right now or something. Last I checked. But anyway. So yeah, okay. The thing is, the government's made of money. They can afford to give a little bit to somebody who doesn't deserve it. Do you guys have a disability, but you don't think you deserve it? You don't want to take advantage of the system? Well, somebody else is going to anyway. So you might as well. It's not going to hurt anybody by taking advantage of that system. Are you kidding me? Because guess what? That money comes from the taxpayers. You think about it. How many people are in your state paying income tax? And then sales tax on everything. If you leech off of the government, if you get on welfare and food stamps and blah, 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 and the government has to pay for your life, to keep you alive every day, the average person will be paying less than 1 penny per month. Every single person in your state would be paying less than 1 cent per month to keep you alive. Less than 1 cent per month. Are you inconveniencing anybody by taking advantage of the government benefits? No, you aren't. Are you kidding me? 1 cent? People don't even know. People pay taxes. They don't even know what that money's going towards. Oh, a little bit, a couple dollars of it goes towards welfare for everybody. Most of it just goes towards making more military weapons for our arsenal, so the US military can keep being number one. That's what most of our income tax goes towards. Gee, everybody's making it so we can spend $500 billion on a new fighter jet. Yeah, you're thinking that you're gonna inconvenience anybody by living off a few $100 a month? I don't think so. I think your entire life and you won't even have made a footprint on anybody's expenses, to be honest. So you're not taking advantage of anybody by doing the government benefits. You're not being missed in the workforce, that's for damn sure. Because your contribution to society, quote unquote, it doesn't mean anything. Because nobody's individual contribution means anything. The only reason why it actually means anything, where it would actually mean anything, is if every single person stopped working. Then it would be pretty tough. But the thing is, you could probably actually have half the workforce quit right now, and society would still function. That's 200 million people could just up and quit. You're one. You're one of those people. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Your economic footprint from taking advantage of the government and being absent from the workforce is so astronomically small that nobody's even gonna notice. In fact, if you didn't tell anybody, nobody would even know. And nobody cares, at the very least. You go online, people say they care, but it doesn't actually matter. Because of all the reasons I just explained. So if you're able to take advantage of the system, you might as well. You might as well. In fact, the stupid career that I'm going for, I'm gonna be a radiologic tech. Apparently they need those in some countries. I go to a country where they need it. People who need it aren't going to be denied the service just because I'm not the one working. What's going to happen is that they're just going to have to drive to the next hospital over to get that service. It's a bit inconvenient for them. But the thing is, it's not like life-ruining stuff, right? Even I'm entering a very high-valued field where my work is going to be like, has a direct impact on people's lives. And even then, my contribution to society is reduced down to a convenience factor. That's all it is. That's all my entire life is ever going to mean, is that somebody can get medical treatment a little more conveniently because I exist. Why do I care? Like, yeah, sure, great for you. You know, you're getting your X-ray results a couple days early. Maybe we'll catch something. Maybe we'll save a life with that. I'm entering a highly specialized field, and being a convenience is all my contribution is going towards. And yet my job is going to be considered one of the more valuable ones to society. And obviously they're paying me gobs of money in order to do it, so the hospital thinks it's valuable. The patients think it's valuable. But realistically it's not. Realistically, they could have just paid somebody else to do it. In fact, I'm going to be taking a job that somebody else could have had. I'm going to be living a better life than somebody else because I took a job from them. Whoop-de-doo. We spend our whole lives stomping all over people. In fact, I would have had a less negative impact if they just put me on welfare, to be honest. If I just collected government benefits, honestly. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I poke you in? Oh, I hope I didn't poke you in the eye. No, don't. Oh, bad. No. Stop it. Stop it. God damn it. Ah, stop it. Stop rubbing your... God, do you need the brush? I'll give you the brush. Is this what you want? Is this what you want, huh? Huh? Yeah, that's what she wants. Okay, that's what she wants. But yeah, no, it's just... There you go. There you go. Sorry for yelling. She doesn't care. She doesn't care if I yell. She just does whatever she wants. She is so like... She's just really going at it. But yeah, anyway, it's like... There's so many people that that when we work or when we take advantage of people's money, it has an almost non-existent impact on anything. It's just a convenience factor. There's one more cashier lane open at the grocery store because you came into work today. Whoop-de-doo. There were already 2 open. Maybe instead of you working this low-wage job, maybe the grocery store should pay more money to their employees so more people are encouraged to work there if that's what really mattered to them. Any specific issues, you can trace it back to the actual company. The customers aren't going to blame you for not showing up to work today. they're going to blame the company for not paying people enough to want to come into work today. Because if the grocery stores were paying $20 an hour instead of 10, then I can assure you, more people would want to work that job, and more cash registers would be open. No. God, I have to like physically hold her back. She's gonna do her whole rub her chin thing, but against my phone, it's gonna knock the whole thing down. I'm gonna have to reset it up. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, you bite it. But yeah, anyway. That's what it is. So contributions to society is your contribution to society is non-existent. It doesn't exist. You make life slightly more convenient, and you make it so that whatever company you have to work at doesn't have to pay their employees as much to do the same job. Because and it's been happening in my city, if a company doesn't have enough employees, then they will increase how much they pay each employee so that they can attract more employees to work for them. Every store in my area is starting at $18 an hour. That's $3 more an hour than what minimum wage is. In fact, that's actually about the same as I was getting at my old job after years of raises. So it's like, and obviously if a company values their employees enough to pay them more when they join, then that's going to be a good company, and that company is going to flourish. So if a company dies because they don't have enough workers, it wasn't your fault for not working. It was the company's fault for not paying their employees enough to stay. That's what it is. So you contributing to society, in reality, it doesn't matter. There's enough people who contribute to society to make this whole world function. The actual thing that matters is how happy you are with your life. If you're happy going to work every day, fine. So be it. You need something to do, whatever. The money you get paid is an excuse to go do it. Whoop-de-doo. You know, old people, like, they volunteer. Like, when they're retired and they still want to do stuff, they either get a part-time job or they volunteer. And it's like, that's what it is. People who are like, what's it called? Not anthropic, but not paleo. I forget the term. People who are like generous. They'll volunteer on the weekends and stuff. That's totally fine. When you volunteer, that's actually contributing to society. Because typically, the volunteer projects are like, ways to help out people. They're ways to help out. They're ways to help out people, and what was I saying? They're helping out people in a more direct way, right? You volunteer at, like, I don't know, I would say soup kitchen. I mean, soup kitchen's like the most basic example. And you're giving out food. Or you're the person who collects the food and organizes it or whatever. You're giving food to the homeless people. Of course, those people don't really appreciate it. I mean, some of them do, but a lot of them don't. They think they're entitled to it. There's a whole mess. I mean, I could go on a tangent about how, like, homeless people and poor people feel like they're entitled to the food. They think that they deserve it. And so they're going to yell at you for, taking too long or whatever with it. Or, this food is shit. Why isn't there better food? They're going to complain about that when they just received it for free. There are those people. So that doesn't make those jobs worth it. Or those, volunteering jobs worth it. But, what can you do, right? I tend to want to stay away from the whole thing. I know better than to be generous. But, I could go on a whole tangent about that, but I won't, just for the sake of time here. It's just that, what it is, it's just, yeah, again, contributions to society. If you work a job, it's still zero. You are still contributing zero, or you are contributing so close to zero that it might as well be zero. And so it doesn't matter. The job's gonna be fine without you working it. Don't worry your little head. Your only purpose in life doesn't have to be working a job. Nobody's only purpose in life is to work a job. And if your only purpose in life is to work a job and your value derives from your employment, then I feel sorry for you. I don't care what your job is. I don't care how important you are in your industry. I feel sorry for you. I honestly do, because your self-worth is so low that you think that the only reason that you're alive is so you can work. Like, I don't know, man. For me, the meaning of life is being happy and just like, I don't know. Like, if I won the lottery tomorrow, I would just go run in the woods. Log cabin. Hot spot. Solar panels. Bam, whatever. Or, well, you know, no, more realistically, I would actually go to Japan if I won the lottery, to be honest. Getting that convenience store food. I'd get an apartment in Tokyo. Or just, actually, I'd have to search around. I want to be in an area where there's like a lot of stuff to do within a short distance, but I'm also like remote enough to escape into the countryside. I want something like that. Ample air conditioning. That's my one requirement. I don't get air conditioning in this house, so it's a big no-no. I gotta get one of those units installed one day. But yeah, anyway, it's beside the point. But yeah, no, if I won the lottery, it's like, I wouldn't work. Are you kidding me? Maybe I'd, donate some of that. Well, I know better than to donate money. That'd be silly, donating money. It would be silly. You don't know where any of these go. The CEO of Red Cross, you guys know Red Cross, he pays himself like $20 million a year. That's money that could be going to help with, kids' hospital bills, but he just puts that in his pocket because, I'm the CEO and I ran the company and we made such a big profit, so I'm gonna keep some of this. So you don't deserve that. You don't, like, even if your work is valuable enough to do that, you're a fucking charity. Like, so anyway, I'm suspicious of charity, so I would just start my own. I would like to start a charity that pays for people's hospital bills. That'd be nice. So pays for people's hospital bills, or at least tries to start a system where I can, get, like, maybe I start a health insurance company that, can actually be given to people who aren't able to get health insurance, whatever. So, and so then I'll pay for hospital bills that way or something like that, right? If I won the lottery, if I won like a, gobs of money like that, then I would do something like that, just because that's an actual problem that happens in this country, But I mean, there's other things to donate to, but that would be the best use of the money. But anyway, that's beside the point. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't be working. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't be working. I wouldn't be trying to get more money or trying to, do this or that or whatever. That'd be silly. Are you kidding me? The only reason why I or anybody else on this planet is working a job is so that they can get money for themselves in order to live. So it doesn't matter. And so if you're able to get money without working, then it doesn't matter any which way if you work or contribute to society or whatever, because contributing to society is meaningless because your contribution is exactly almost zero. Even my contribution, if I get my degree and my certification and I get into a good niche field where there's a demand in jobs, it's still going to be close to zero. My contribution is going to be so close to zero, it wouldn't have actually mattered if I had the job or not. In fact, I'm probably going to end up using the fact that there's not that many people like me in order to get part-time work and health insurance. Despite that, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be valuable enough in my field to where I can do that. If if the hospitals are really hurting for people to do this kind of work. But anyway, but yeah, because I'm not sacrificing my whole life for this. The only reason you work is to make money. And the only reason you make money is to continue living. But you make money to continue to live so that you can enjoy the life that you have. If you work 8 hours a day, when are you enjoying the life that you have? When do you get to do that? I'm thinking you probably don't ever have time to enjoy your life. Maybe on Sundays, you get to enjoy your life. Because every day you come home from work, Monday through Friday, you're going to be 8 hours a day, plus traffic. You're going to be so exhausted. And plus you got to eat dinner. You're going to be so tired that you're not going to be able to do anything. I've read a lot of stories on this. People are just saying they're so tired, they can't do anything but plop in front of the couch and just zone out until they got to go to bed. And they got to go to bed because they got to get a good night's sleep, which they normally don't get anyway, but they got to get a good night's sleep so that they're actually awake in order to go to work the next day. It's pretty bad. But Monday through Friday, you do that. Saturday, you catch up on your sleep, and then you're kind of okay to maybe enjoy the day during the afternoon and the evening. And then Sunday, you just worry about how you got to enjoy your free time because you're going to have to go to work on Monday and do the whole 5-day week again. That's how it is. That's how a full-time job is. Why is anybody subjecting themselves to this? Oh, because rent prices are too high. And everybody else is doing it. That's how you're going to contribute to society. Is that really a future that you want? They pretty much pounded it into your head during school, but it's like, is that like, I've ever since like I started going to high school, and I'm thinking like, dude, this shit's too long. And then I look at, you know, being an adult and working, and I'm thinking that's even longer. Are you kidding me? Ever since high school, I've been trying to think of a way to get out of this mess that is an 8-hour workday, and I think I finally found it. The actual solution would be to continue to live with my parents until I die. So that's the real solution. Because the thing is, at my last job, I worked part-time, 6 hours a day. It still exhausted me, but it was like I got this extra couple hours to rest and recoup and whatnot, and then maybe I could, you know, do something great. So I played a lot of video games this past couple of years. But anyway, 6 hours a day, and the thing is, I was able to pay rent and still save up money, and then all that saved money, and I'm taking almost a year off here, so being neat. So I could just do this every once in a while, where, as long as nothing happens to me, of course, I could just do this every once in a while where I could work part-time, 4 hours a day, minimum wage job. And then I still save up money, still afford rent. And then I could just quit, or I could just take a year off if I'm too burnt out. And I just sit in my room, just stream. And I can just do that repeatedly. I could just do this for the rest of my life, to be honest. But if I get a wife, and then also I want to start having kids, yeah, the system isn't going to work out. So I'm not going to be able to do this. So yeah, I'm going to have to actually, like, this is my attempt to keep this lifestyle while still avoiding that fate. Because like I said, it is the worst fate to work 8 hours a day. For you know, to be able to work 8 hours a day. If you're able to work 8 hours a day, then people are going to tell you that you need to do it. And that's all there is to it. Anyway, I'm going to be back, guys. I'm going to check out something. I also got to go to the bathroom. BRB. I should probably put a text box up. Text. BRB. Bathroom. And checking on something. fantastic. BRB. BRB, guys. I'm also hungry. I guess. So. Oh, whoops. But yeah, I mean, guys, that's the cut and dry of it, is that, you know, if anyone's pestering you guys about, you know, oh, you could contribute to society, oh, you can't just leech off of us forever, blah, 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 right? Like, you know, like got told to me. But, you know, I know some people are like, some people don't care, but then other people, they're like super strict and they really hammer it into you. I just remember what I said. Your contribution means zip. It's not, you're not actually contributing to society. None of us are. It's just that the fact that the collective does. So, yes, you and I and everybody else, we're all part of the collective, but individually, our contribution doesn't matter. And so it doesn't actually matter if like you yourself or me myself actually steps out of the workforce. You know, we exit the workforce. It doesn't actually matter. It only actually matters when like millions and millions of people do it. But individually, you know, and I know that millions and millions of people aren't going to be watching my stream. So for all of you guys who are watching or listening, feel free to take my advice and just leave, because the thing is, the rest of society will keep itself afloat. That's what it is. So your work, your contribution will not be missed 100%. So that's why the meaning of life is that you live for you. You live for you. What makes you happy And if you're able to be happy, and you're able to be, in my opinion, with somebody who you are happy with, and you're able to enjoy life together, then that makes you valuable. That's what that's what you should be doing. Way more valuable than just being a worker or whatever. So, all those people who focus on their careers and stuff, it's meaningless. You have a movement of people doing that, and it's like, yeah, great, millions of people are doing this, but you're all falling for a trick. It's society's trick. It's Joker's trick, guys. You're not, like, you've lost. You've basically lost at the game of life, because the game of life is about, or life in general is about, is about being happy. God didn't put us on this planet to suffer. And if you guys actually believe in God, I believe in the fact that, something exists or whatever. I don't know what it is. I don't care. But we weren't born to suffer. And we certainly weren't born in order to do something we don't want to do. You have things that you gotta do that you don't want to do. But in general, you don't actually have to. I'm in a situation where I gotta work a job. I gotta make money in order to survive. That's what I gotta do. Those of you out there probably don't. You're probably able to afford. You're probably able to, especially if you're born in this country, you're able to get on welfare. A lot of people, especially you young guys, you're able to afford, be on welfare and go through the whole 10 miles of it, and then you're able to take advantage of the system. You don't actually have to work. And the thing is, even if you have to work, you don't have to work that much. As long as you are with somebody, with a partner or something who you're able to be with, and who you're able to kind of split those costs with or whatever. And like with me, for example, right? I'm not gonna, not that you're with me, but like in my situation, I wouldn't mind if I have a girl who loves me and she has the most minimal income ever, where it's just literally it's definitely not enough to live or whatever, but I'm getting this whole X-ray tech job. I'm going through college and all this stuff so that I'm prepared for that future. So that if a girl isn't, if I'm with somebody who isn't able to contribute, then I'm going to make enough for the both of us. And the thing is, I'm going to be happy doing that because I want her to be with me, and I want to be able to afford to have her with me. Because like I said, I can spend the rest of my life in my parents' house, but I'm going to be pretty lonely doing that. So I want to be, and especially if it's a cool girl, then she wouldn't mind just living with me. Just living with me at my parents' house, and I could just work a part-time job and then pay the rent for both of us. It's not gonna matter. But the thing is, I need to prepare for a more stable future than that. So I'm going through it, but at the same time, I'm going into a career field that I can work part-time and I can work a minimum amount of hours, because that's what I want to do. I want to set myself up so I'm not going 8 hours a day. Nobody's surviving on 8 hours a day. I'm not going to do that for the rest of my life. Even when I get kids, I'm going to be pretty dang sure that I'm making enough money to support all of us. And that's what I'm doing. So, and I'm going to do that on 4 hours a day. I'm going to do that on, and I'm certainly going to negotiate my hours. We're not going to be rich. We're not going to be close to rich. We're still going to have to be frugal with everything. But I'm certainly not giving up my life in order to, just to survive. I'm not working 8 hours a day on minimum wage, just to afford myself. I'm not doing any of this. And you guys don't either. You guys do not submit to the system. The system is so whack. It's so crazy. The thing is, there's people who have the vast majority of this country's wealth. It's the 1%. 1% of people have 95% of this country's wealth, and the vast majority of us have to scrape for the scraps. We have to beg for scraps from our rich overlords. It's so bad. It's such a bad system, and nobody's doing anything about this. It's so stupid. I'm certainly not going to change the system. You need people to do that. But whatever. Until the system changes, I'm going to set myself up for success by doing this. But the thing is, a wife that comes to my side can just totally take advantage of it. I don't care. I'm doing all of this so that I can let a girl that I love and who loves me come take advantage of this. That's 100% what I want. I want that. And, you know, why wouldn't I? It's like, that's what it is. I don't care if I gotta take care of somebody for the rest of my life, if I love her. And if I don't love her, I'm not gonna do it, right? But if I do love her, then I'm gonna love doing it. And that's something I would do voluntarily. That's something that I'm gonna do with no benefit to myself, because that's what I wanna do. That's something I'm willing to volunteer. You know, I brought up this whole thing that people wouldn't work 8 hours a day voluntarily if they didn't have to. But I would volunteer to take care of my wife, because that's what I want to do. And you know, if I love her and she loves me, then it's gonna be all worth it. Obviously, the instant that, you know, she starts acting entitled and starts being a bitch and starts not loving me, then that's gonna go downhill real fast. It's like that guy on Reddit whose like wife wouldn't even like be with him during his birthday or whatever. It's like, that's really bad. That's such a bad situation. I'm sure you guys can see that. But I have so many gripes with that situation. But obviously, if it's you know, a relationship I'm in, I'm not letting it get to that point. Like, I'm good enough to where I'm not gonna let it get to that point. So, but yeah. Anyway, that's all of that is beside the fact. The fact of the matter is, I'm setting myself up so I can work 4 hours a day and take care of me, my wife, and my future children. And that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm comfortable with 4 hours a day. I don't actually mind going to work for 4 hours a day. Especially if I'm doing something like this. It's like, okay, whatever. Because I'm actually comfortable going to work, right? Like, it's like 19-year-old me would have scorned at my idea, but I'm actually comfortable going to work. So, like, I don't mind doing stuff. It's just, if I'm doing stuff uselessly. Like, when I was working at my last job, I actually liked the work that I did. I actually thought that it was good work, but it did drag on. After about the 3 or 4 hour mark, I was thinking, like, man, it's time to go home. And I still had 2 hours left. I'm thinking, no. But yeah. It's like, part-time work, 4 hour days, it's totally fine, right? That way I can come home, I can enjoy the rest of the day. Because I'm not going to get too tired from work, and I'm going to have 4 extra hours to actually do stuff. So that's what I'm aiming for. That's what I'm shooting for there. But yeah, I just got into the career field on a whim, to be honest. But it's like number 23 of the best 25 paying jobs in New Zealand or something. I don't know. Or Australia. But yeah, anyway, that's the kind of drive of it. If anybody's pressuring you guys to contribute to society or be a functioning member of society, or, oh, you can't just waste your life away, what about your future? You're living a meaningless life. You're not living a meaningless life. You know who's living a meaningless life? The person who gets in their car at 6:30 in the morning, drives an hour and a half to work, and then sits 8 hours a day in front of a cubicle, typing on spreadsheets while their boss is breathing down their neck telling them about deadlines. And then at 5 p.m. they drive back home. 6:30 at night now, they eat dinner, and they fall asleep on their couch in front of the TV. That's who has a meaningless life. That's who's truly suffering. Whatever, you choose that, that's on you. I'm not involved in that decision at all. I'm doing what is going to give me meaning. Because the thing is, my career, what I'm doing, people would look at me and be like, wow, you're such a great person. You're such a valuable person. I'm going to stop them right there. I'm going to be like, no, I'm not doing this to define my life. This isn't what defines me. In fact, I hate when people ask like, oh, what do you do for work? Because that's the thing. I was in a very respected field of work when I used to have a job, and so people that I would talk to would ask me like, oh, what do you do for work? And then instantly, I know that the moment I give my answer, this person is going to define me by what I do for work. And I would tell them, and they would be like, oh my gosh, that's so great. You know, do you have any stories from from that job? You know, that's so good. You must be so kind and patient and whatnot. And I'm thinking like, I am the opposite of kind and patient. I shouldn't even be doing this job, to be honest. But the thing is, I had the skill set for it, which I was fantastic at my job, by the way. But you know, it's past. I'm not getting in that industry anymore. I've told you guys. But it's the fact that I'm not my life isn't defined by my career. Where were the questions of, oh, do you have any, you know, what are your interests? What are you into? Do you have any hobbies? What do you enjoy doing on your time off? Where were those questions? Nobody wants to ask those questions because nobody defines themselves by what they do on their time off. I define myself by what I do on my time off. I sit here and rant about issues, about topics that I've overanalyzed. That's what I do on my time off. I sit here and I play video games, and I you know, listen to stories, and I sit here and I know the nuances of writing. That's what I'm about. You know, that's you know, more like definitive of who I am, not my career field. If somebody, you know, asks me, oh, what do you do? And I say like, oh, I'm an X-ray tech, you know, 3 years from now, I don't want to be defined as the person who's an X-ray tech. That's not who I am. Why is that who anybody is? No, like there's very few people who are actually passionate about their work. I'm certainly not one of them. I'm never going to be, no matter what I do for my job. The only thing I'm passionate about is how little I have to work so that I can get home as fast as possible in order to enjoy the rest of my life, because the rest of my life is who I am. I'm not my job. I could go freaking to work. I could go to work and do literally anything, and I will go home. I can go to work and just put on a scuba suit and submerge myself in a pool for 4 hours, and then get up and go home, for all I care, for all anybody should care. Why is my work? Why are you defining me by what my career is? Why am I being defined by what my job is? Why am I Big Pasta the X-ray tech? Why am I Big Pasta the last job that I had? Why am I that person? Why aren't I Big Pasta the gamer? Big Pasta the political analyst? Big Pasta the guy who always complains about issues he can't change? That's who I want to be known as, right? That's more me than any job that I work. In fact, if I didn't work a job and I just spent all my time volunteering just for the heck of it because I'm bored, I'm not doing that out of passion. But people are going to be like, oh my god, you're such a good, kind-hearted person because you volunteer your time. I'm thinking, no, I'm bored, and people are going to complain when I don't do anything. They're going to say that I'm lazy. That's why I'm doing it. It's like, it's not me. That's not me, you know? Don't you dare use me as an example of, you know, somebody who's successful and who, you know, oh, look at him, he's contributing to society. No, I'm fucking not. No, nothing that I do is a contribution to society. I don't care how much of my life I'm giving up for it. I could spend every waking moment helping every person on this planet, and my contribution will still be null, because it's not anything, because any work that I do, somebody else will do it anyway. For a paycheck. Anything that I do, somebody else will do for a paycheck. Will they do it for more of a paycheck or less of a paycheck than me? Yeah, probably. Who cares? Who cares? It's just the only thing I care about is that I'm not the one doing it. Let me stay home. Let me play my video games. Let me rant on stream about stupid issues while I play with my cat on my desk for 5 hours. Please just leave me alone. If you're not interested in who I as a person am, then leave me alone. Your life, my whole point in saying all this is that your life is not defined by what career you get. Your life is not defined by what job you get, and it is a fool's errand to say that it is. Your life is defined by what makes you happy. That's what it is. No one goes to their work all happy and giddy. They're not thinking, oh, finally I get to go back to work. Yes, I love working. They're not doing that. Nobody's doing that. The people who are doing that are like clinically insane. They're like, you know, whatever. I know there are people, it's half joking. There are people out there who are doing that. For the rest of us, that's not what it is. We go to work, we get a paycheck, we come home. Your life is not defined by your work. What your life is defined by, the meaning of your life, is whatever you can do to make yourself happy. What do you enjoy? What makes you happy? When you wake up in the morning, Saturday morning, you have nothing you need to do. What thought is going to put a smile on your face? What do you get to look forward to do today? What do you get to look forward to doing at the end of the week? Those are the things that define you. Those things make up who you are. Not your career, not what you do during the day, not some forced job or some forced labor that you have to do during the day. That doesn't make up who you are. I don't care if you spend the vast majority of your life doing it, that's not who you are. You are what makes you happy. The meaning of life, the meaning of anybody's life is how much they enjoy it. That's all it is. That's all it ever will be. And the thing is, it doesn't need to be any more than that. You don't need to think about any more than that. I think that children at the age of like 6 have figured it out. They know what makes them happy. And then growing up, it gets taken away from them. That's what our society is. That's what it means to participate in society. If that's the kind of society that exists for us, then I'd rather not participate. But unfortunately, everyone's just accepted that, and everybody pushes that opinion onto others. And I'm left here in disbelief. Don't fall into that trap. It's so easy to fall into that trap. Don't do it. Because I fucking fell into that trap, and it took me half my life to crawl my way out of it. Don't fall for it. It only brings suffering. Your life is defined by what you enjoy and what makes you happy. And if you just enjoy sitting on your phone, browsing through TikToks, or playing video games, or socializing, or writing stories, or whatever it is, that's who you are. Embrace that. Because nobody else is going to. Well, your partner will. Your partner and really close friends will, and they'll appreciate you for your passions. I know I would. But yeah, remember that, guys. Don't let people tell you, or well, when people tell you, oh, how are you going to contribute to society, blah, blah. Don't fucking listen to them. Because your contribution doesn't mean anything. Nothing they say can guilt trip you into doing that. They are only doing it as a defense mechanism because they're salty about the fact that they gotta work and you don't. And you're gonna figure out whatever you need to in order to minimize the impact of society so that you can spend as much time as possible as an adult doing the things that you love and pursuing the things that interest you. And whatever that is, it's going to be outside of your job. Like 100% is going to be outside of your job. So your job doesn't define you. What defines you is what makes you happy. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you enjoy, that's the meaning of your life. And there's nothing else about it. But yeah, anyway, guys, with that said, I am going to end the stream early. I do have to go get my dental insurance and everything before they close in an hour, so I actually got to rush out of here to do that. I have to throw on some clothes and put on deodorant. I have to remember the deodorant. Sometimes I forget, and it is when I don't put on deodorant for a few days, my pits start to stink and all that. TMI. But yeah, anyways, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. We are cutting it off a couple hours earlier than normal. I will be on tomorrow, 10:30, same time, same place. Yeah, I can't believe I just spent like the last 4.5 hours just ranting. Just whatever. Didn't get any of that work done. I'm going to do the work tonight. I promise you guys I will do today's work tonight, at the very least. And then I should only have that essay to do left, and we'll save that for another day. But yeah, anyway guys, that's going to do it for me today. Again, I do apologize for cutting this short. I do need to go do that though before the office closes. But yeah, guys, hope you all enjoyed the stream. Again, please take my advice to heart. So many people, the vast majority of people, fall into the trap of thinking that, you know, career is everything, their future is everything, contributing to society is everything, being normal is everything. And I'm telling you guys, that cannot be further from the truth. You guys, the more you're able to enjoy life, the more like you know about yourself and are able to, you know, really embrace that about yourself and really like enjoy, figure out what you enjoy, figure out, you know, the people you want to be around. And most importantly, as an adult, you're able to pursue that. That is what makes you valuable. That is what makes your life meaningful. Everybody who's working a full-time job, who gets home from work every night and is exhausted and cannot enjoy their lives, those are the ones who don't have meaning. Those are the people whose existences are meaningless. And my heart truly goes out to them. Don't be that person. And certainly don't think that you need to be that person, because that person, they are the stand-up member of society who everybody looks up to, but also who suffers the most. And I would rather people scorn my existence as long as I don't have to suffer. And I'm not suffering right now, guys. And you don't either. So yeah, with that said, this has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching. And I will see you all tomorrow. Boom. Bye, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Hope you all have a good day today, the rest of your day, the rest of your night, whatever time zone you're in. And I'll see you all later. 10:30 Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. Yeah. Promise I will have that work done. I'll hold myself to that, so you guys can hold me to that as well. So yeah. Enjoy, everybody. Take care. Hope you all enjoy the stream. Good night, everybody. Sayonara. This zoomed out look was better for just chatting. Take care, everyone. Until we meet again. Still 5.5 hours.